Well, look at us. Back here. The old familiar places. Ooh. That's cool. Whoop. Window capture. Window capture. On. There we go. Yeah, the Skywind mods are coming along well. They usually do this. Big modders do this just before the end of the year. They show you what they show you what's coming in little ways and lots of ways. That's cool. It's the Ashlands. I'm happy to see you kept the original render distance. That's good. Okay. So I was gonna play until 5 over on Twitch. I do not wish to do this. It's as simple as that. I would have kept up coming in with excuses. That is stupid of me. Instead, I want to get drunk and watch stuff. You can join me or you can't. Either way, it's free. It's the thing, it's free. I hope it's free. If you don't want it to be free, though, you can give me money via donation, or you can ponder existence. For time is nowhere near as endless as fiat currency. And this is not opening. What the fuck? Mojito, rum cocktail, organic. What the hell? Oh, it's doing the thing where it's on the bottle and... Gosh darn it! Hold on, let me bring up... That's me. That's Spartacus Olsen, the guy I was watching before I realized I don't need to make excuses to just enjoy the things I enjoy. I'm gonna watch this to play a game, guys. I'm serious. No, I'm good. I'm good. What I'm pissed off about is this not opening. Yeah. Oh look, a collection of Swedish swimsuit models are watching me do this. Victory. That's right. Yeah, a little bit of the goddamn tension. Now it looks like Audrey too. That doesn't help. So I'm still planning to go out around about 5, and I don't know when I'll end this particular stream, but probably towards, if at the longest, towards the end of the, just before the watch party over on Discord. Oh, and if you are a member, it's on around about 10ish, I do believe. Yeah, there we go. This one is Mojito Rum Cocktail. Let's hit it up. Spartacus, take it away, my amazingly bearded and mustachioed friend. No, you don't want it. You don't want to start? Too good for me?
Perhaps the mightiest tool the universe has known, rivaled in lethality only by Gungnir, Odin's spear, and in practicality only by Freyr's sword that fights on its own. But spears are unwieldy, a sword not spectacular enough for a mighty Norse warrior. No, the hammer it must be. If only...
That's not Mojito. It smells a little bit. Water? Rum? Why is the... I think they're... I think they're drilling directly below me right now. This is the longest amount of drilling I've heard yet. Anyway. Ingredients: water, rum, lime juice, cane sugar, mint, and carbon dioxide. A Cuban rum-based classic. Yeah. I know what a mojito is. But there's little like quotations next to it. What's the quotations? What's the like? Is it like not good rum, not good lime juice? Like what? On the inside, doesn't say anything. From Denmark, by the way. Let's hit this up.
Himmler can get his hands on it, then all of his, the Nazis, and Germany's problems can be solved in one
It tastes a little like a
mighty
mojito.
blow against humanity, now laid out on the anvil of war. So in 1940, he sends out a memorandum to the Ahnenerbe. Find all places in the northern Germanic Aryan cultural world where an understanding of the lightning bolt, the thunderbolt, Thor's hammer, or the flying or thrown hammer exists. I am convinced that this is not based on natural thunder and lightning, but rather that it is an early, highly developed form of war weapon of our forefathers. It's unclear if the Ahnenerbe ever finds any evidence, but Himmler stays true to his beliefs even as the Allies close the ring on Nazi Germany. As late as November 1944, he will order his staff to try and build a modern version of the hammer to disable Allied vehicles, communication systems, and radars with an electrical pulse.
So he tried to create an EMP weapon by shaping it like Mjolnir. Okay. I mean, wouldn't it make more sense to just develop an EMP weapon as a rule?
And in his final letter, he assures his wife and daughter that Varalda, the Ancient One, will always protect him. Okay, so there you have it. Himmler is at the head of a cult that believes in hocus pocus, pseudo-scientific hogwash, and mythical historiography. But how successful is he at spreading these ideas among your average Germans?
Among us.
The answer is not very. Even Himmler realizes that Germany isn't ready for a new neo-pagan religion. He instructs his SS that weddings and christenings must not be conducted in public or reported in the press. As he puts it, there is too much risk of a priest turning up and causing a scene about a heathen marriage. He's also worried that the German public will ridicule his SS. It's not just the public who might be skeptical. Hitler certainly believes a lot of the same occult and pseudoscientific rubbish, but he doesn't think it's anywhere near as important. He too is wary of the backlash from the church. According to Joseph Goebbels' diary, in 1935, Hitler tells Himmler and others that they must stop this nonsense with cults. Himmler's SS men are hardly receptive either. They are encouraged to renounce Christian faith and register as Gottgläubig, or God believers, which is a belief in a vaguely defined higher power. And yes, between 60 and 80% of the SS leadership will be registered as Gottgläubig across the organization's three main branches in 1938. But these are hardly enthusiastic neo-pagans. Most are hurried conversions, abandoning Christianity shortly before or after entering the SS. Among the rank and file, Himmler's ideas are even less influential, with 51% of SS being Protestant, 26% Catholics, and just 23% listed as Gottgläubig. Nonetheless, this image of the Nazis as...
There was a Muslim SS unit. You think they've declared themselves as Gottgläubig?
Occultists will prove enduring. During the war, British and American pseudo-historians and occultists already write that Hitler is possessed by a demon. After the war, more books and documentaries will be produced claiming that Hitler used black magic or drew his power from biblical relics like the Holy Grail. Sure, as rational people, we can laugh at all of this. Light-hearted books and films featuring inept or evil Nazis trying to steal the Ark of the Covenant or open portals to hell will keep generations entertained.
Hell yeah.
But there is a more serious point. We've seen that the association between Nazism and the occult is never really that deep, and yet it will be blended into the wider notions so prevalent after the war that the Nazi clique hoodwinked the German population. whether that's through clever politics, persuasive oratory,
Yeah, there's that
black
angle.
magic. Even those who reject occultism as nonsense will repeat the phrase, "the Nazis cast a spell on the German people." The real myth, the very dangerous myth that drives the Nazis forward, one that far more people are willing to embrace, is pedestrian and ordinary in nature. It's a false tale of victimization based in anti-Semitic prejudice and perspicuous conspiracy myths. The fantasy of a culture war where Germans are being treated badly and even threatened in their existence by a secret cabal of people without any special powers other than their cunning and hunger for power. It's a mythical belief system that doesn't require anyone to believe in the fancy fairy tales that Himmler and his cohorts fantasize about. All you have to do is convince yourself that there is a us and them, and that they are out to get you. So, while Himmler's and the SS cultism may be great comic book and movie material, no matter how seriously we take it or not, it runs the risk of distracting us from an uncomfortable truth. The people committing horrific crimes in this war are normal men and women like you and me. They are not monsters or crazed fanatical cultists. Some of them are Christian, some atheist, some Gottgläubig, and some pagan or occultist. But their crimes are the crimes of humanity alone.
Yep. Just solely human. What the hell?
People.
You
right?
answer for a prayer line?
Yes, a prayer line.
How does that work?
They just call and they're like, "I need prayer." And you're like, "For what?" Some people need help to find their remote. I pray for that. Their cat is sick. I pray for that. Sometimes they call and have me pray for them while they masturbate.
Wait, people masturbate while you pray for them?
Yes, it is disgusting. I'm like, this is supposed to be Jesus's line. What are we doing here? There's this lady that calls every day, and she just wants somebody to fix her shed door. And she is asking God for help for this.
I feel like she'd be better off finding God at Home Depot than she
Yeah.
would calling your line.
She would.
So are you yourself religious?
No.
Really?
Most of the people I work with actually are not religious at all.
No, we are religious to one thing, money. And if these morons want to fucking play this game, sure. But it'll cost you redonkulouses. Sheer redonkulous.
Really?
Yeah, it's just business.
Is this a Burning Man?
Do you think they would be upset if they knew that you didn't believe in God?
Yes, but I'm happy to help.
No, I would be like, oh, and by the way, I don't believe in God at all. They'd be like, what? Yep, thanks for the money. If you got what you wanted, it was because you did it. I didn't help at all. Enjoy the rest of your life. And then I'd have that number blocked so they could never return call to fucking play. Oh, who needs Peter at this point? I don't know. Actually, Peter could easily be involved in this situation. I can think of at least 5 ways he could be involved. 6, actually. Not thinking of it. 10. 12. 14. He could also be Irish, overweight, bald, and have a giant beard. Not be Peter Parker at all, but low energy. Anyway. Alright, I'm curious about this.
Hit this.
Now, I'm thinking at this point, I'm just gonna watch the shit I want to watch. There'll be Gucci's, and there'll be JJ, and there'll be Blade, and there'll be Coves, and there'll be Jared. Oh, we started watching Jared first thing in the morning. And there'll be a lot of things, but you know the fuck what? When I want to watch something, I'm going to watch it. The only thing that will hold me back is copyright. And when I get really drunk, I'm going to always err on the side of caution. 2 hours later. I think I could chance that.
Plans for Europe were far from concrete. but we can expect the entire continent to fall under their control in some way or another. But on the borders of Europe, Hitler was
very Nazi-themed low-energy videos. He's relapsing! Oh no!
more willing to form alliances and grant concessions.
That uniform,
Notably with the
those
Arabs,
uniforms would
who he-
fucking, yeah, those uniforms would just be shit for me. Like, a Nazi uniform is designed for a guy who takes care of his bodies. A body, not plural. Goering was morbidly obese by the end of the war, and he did not look good in his uniform. If anything, a fucking robe would be better for me.
once again believed had some German blood, saying here and there one meets amongst the Arabs men with fair hair and blue eyes, their descendants of the Vandals who occupied North Africa. But really he was just generally a fan of the Islamic religion. Like when discussing Spain, he said that the Germanic pagans were noble, but then the Muslims brought science and chivalry to Spain, and had Charles Martel not been victorious at Poitiers, then we should in all probability have been converted to Islam, that cult which glorifies heroism.
That's how the media. That's how, in all fairness, history has spun the Battle of Poitiers, where the Western world held back the tide. But in reality, they were a raiding party. They weren't planning to occupy. They'd sacked Toulouse. They didn't establish the Caliphate of Toulouse, you know? They could have. But had they kept on moving, eventually they would have turned back because they would have run low on people and they would have run low on like resources. Because when you sack an area, you lose men. 10 here, 20 there. It adds up. The winters are harsh, and a bunch of people from, you know, Arabia aren't exactly well designed for that. Also, they wanted to go back to civilized worlds, as they thought it. Because, yeah, France, after the fall of Rome, was not exactly the most urbanized and well-developed place. Like, people in fucking chainmail and giant fur cloaks wandered around looking like the Northmen from Game of Thrones. Like, they would have been stabbing each other and raiding everyone that moved and stealing anything that moved and attacking each other and killing each other and then making peace until someone betrayed the other. It was a brutal place. But the Arabs didn't, the Almohads, they weren't even the Almohads yet. But they, oh no, I take that back, they were. But they wouldn't have been really like established enough yet. What would have done was it would have taken away the cultural zeitgeist that it created, this sort of legacy of Western defiance. It's not like the Battle of Thermopylae. Had that never happened, the Greeks still would have been able to form up. If anything, they would have had a core of really established Spartan troops. It wouldn't have been as easy. Not that it was much of an easy fight in Poitiers. Also, don't forget, at the same time, the over here in Constantinople, the Arabs invaded again, this time with the Bulgars coming in to attack by land. And the city still held. Because Constantinople, until you built guns, Constantinople was fucking hard to take. Not impossible. The Crusaders did. But it was not an easy city to take. Even with guns. It was only an accident. It kind of left a watchtower was constructed. It was very, 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 very was left unguarded, and a few eagle-eyed Ottomans spotted it, went inside, kept the door open long enough, and they poured in, and that was the end of that.
Opened the seventh heaven to the bold warrior alone. Then the Germanic races would have conquered the world. Christianity alone prevented them from doing so. In 1943, Himmler tried to find passages to provide Muslims.
You kidding me? The Arabs hated even like people's near. They hated the Kurds. They still do. They hate anyone who's not Arabs, and anytime anyone else took over, the Mamluks, for example, they hated anyone who wasn't Egyptian, and the Turks hated anyone who wasn't a Turk. That not so much. Actually, I'll take that one back. The Ottomans weren't so that bad, but they hated the Iranians, the Persians, the Farsi speakers. They didn't like the Yemenis. They didn't like the Berbers out west, and still don't. That's why Morocco occupies the Berber heartland. The Germans would have been these fresh converted barbarians in the eyes of the Caliphate, which would have been here. They didn't like the Chinese, and the Chinese were like one of the oldest civilizations in history. Hell, still are. The only one really to survive in its coherent state. But a pea, crack open another brewski. Hell yeah, brewski.
Muslims with the basis for the opinion that the Führer has already been forecast in the Quran. Ernst Kaltenbrunner couldn't find such a passage, but settled on pushing forward the narrative that the returned Isa, or Jesus, defeats the giant and Jew king Dajjal at the end of the world. 1 million pamphlets were produced saying things like, "O Arabs, do you see that the time of the Dajjal has come? Do you recognize him? The fat curly-haired Jew who deceives and rules the world and who steals the land of the Arabs. O Arabs, do you know the servant of God? He has already appeared in the world and already turned his lance against the Dajjal and his allies." Hitler began to buy.
Well, I imagine there was some middle-aged to elderly Arab dudes in the 50s and 60s who would hold out that propaganda piece from the Nazis. I were like, they were right. Not that they were right, it was just a way to feed into the narrative, you know? Right. I was looking for my beanie. See my beanie anywhere. It's too windy for a regular hat. Let's switch it out. I'm still going. So. Dairy milk buns. Oh yeah. He got a selection box from one of the drivers. That big ones. Obviously, I didn't go up this week because it was here, but they gave us a selection box, and for like the loyal customers, just to show that they care. And he didn't want everything. He said, because I gave him some of my selection box when I did the mukbang, gives it to me. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Here are some chocolate buttons. Not my chocolate buttons. Oh, gumdrop buttons. My bad. I'm a terrible person.
Into all this, saying, "I'm going to become a religious figure. Soon I'll be the great chief of the Tartars. Already Arabs and Moroccans are mingling my name with their prayers. Amongst the Tartars I shall become Khan. The only thing of which I shall be incapable is to share the Sheikh's mutton with them," here alluding to his vegetarianism. However, Mussolini obviously had plans to annex Arab lands. However, as the war progressed, the Nazis began to realize their mistake in siding with Italy. Hitler even said, "Our Italian ally hampered us almost everywhere." For example, he
Yeah,
prevented
they
us
suck.
from employing revolutionary policies in North Africa. He also claimed that this alliance led many in the Muslim world to see Germany as another oppressor, and the Duce's claim to be regarded as the sword of Islam arouses just as much laughter today as it did before the war. So Hitler felt like he missed out on what he called a grand policy toward Islam, because of our loyalty to the Italian ally. But first I should say that the whole Middle Eastern theatre has often been ignored, although it could have been vital to the entire war. And I should say thanks to Wondrium for sponsoring this video, and I learned a great deal being ignored. Really get lost to Wondrium and claims in the Middle
This is Jazzby. The best things I think he's done is the virtual tour of London and the virtual tour of Rome and the virtual tour of Byzantium. Can't wait for him to do more of them. They're really cool. They're done in the style of almost like a Nintendo game. It's very cool.
East would have gradually been ignored, and possibly 3 Arab allies would have emerged. The first was the Grand Mufti, who Hitler said had features which showed more than one Aryan among his ancestors, and one who may well be descended from the best Roman stock. The Mufti had been wanting to unite parts of the Arab world for decades, specifically a Greater Syria. This would have included Palestine and Jordan as well, plus from his exile, he was the leader of the Palestinian revolt.
The thing about the Nazis is that they often got involved with like third parties who had their own things going on. Franco in Spain, the Blue Shirts here in Ireland, the Silver Legion in America. They would have still been involved with or without Hitler, but occasionally due to the war, the chance of them doing something increased. Quisling in Norway is a good example there. Oswald Mosley probably would have taken over the British government if the Nazis had invaded. But there's always these sort of like plans within plans, suggestions within suggestions. You know, you find an old newspaper clipping or where there's an interview from a local leader, and they're saying, you know, if we can, you know, if the Nazis ever reach this far, perhaps one day we can re-establish, and then they'll mention this obscure place in like that existed for like 5 years in 1350. It's like those people who think that the west coast of America will all merge together, or New England will become one with Canada. Like, it's just their dreams and bizarre notions of what the world is. Sometimes they're based in real life and like ethnic groups, the Basques, Ireland, the Kurds here. But in the case of the Kurds, if the Kurds took over, they would have a country that would go like here. That's Kurdistan in their minds. How many countries? 1, 2, 3, 4-ish, 5. 5 countries are going to have to be carved out. Is that going to happen? No. And in the Basque country, 2 countries will have to be carved out. 2 very wealthy Western countries. No. Is Quebecois going to succeed? No, of course not. If anything, France is going to become increasingly more and more of a hindrance to the to Canada, until eventually the idea of a Quebecois is like a joke, and it is kind of a joke anyway.
Against the British prior to the war. So when war broke out, he encouraged Muslims to join the Axis armies, saying the people must
I
fight
want fewer
against the
countries,
British
not more.
and also Bolshevik Russia. And of course, another mutual enemy of theirs was the Jewish people. And the Grand Mufti said in his speech he wanted to drive all Jews from Arab and Mohammedan countries. But then there was also King Ibn Saud, who sent diplomats to Berlin before the war and received weapons from the Nazis. One German foreign policy memo from 1938 said, Germany's policy in the Near East could be effectively supported through Saudi Arabia, the center of the Mohammedan world. Another ally, though, was al-Gaylani in Iraq. For a long time, the German ambassador Fritz Grober had encouraged Iraqi officers to turn to Germany, and in 1941
Yeah, the Golden Circle, I think they were called.
they did. They launched a coup, put al-Gaylani in power, prompting the British to invade the country. But even though he had actually taken over a country, albeit temporarily, Ernst Voorman said the Grand Mufti still had the real power. There had never been any doubt that al-Gaylani was subordinate to him, and after he was removed from power by the British, he, like other leaders, remained in exile. So in 1942, Ribbentrop had a meeting and produced a memorandum named Germany's Advance Toward the Arab World. This laid out some of their plans, but central to them was their occupation of the Caucasus, specifically Tbilisi. The exiled leaders would meet there and then call upon the people to rise up against the Allied forces. They then marched south to Basra and established contact with the Japanese, heading towards Ceylon. Then Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Yemen and Egypt would remain independent states, and that
Independent.
Syria, Lebanon, Palestine and Transjordan would be united into a greater Syrian state. Independent Iraq would be allowed to annex Kuwait, while Saudi Arabia would take Aqaba, Oman and the rest of the British colonies in Arabia. So Egypt was set to be free, but Ribbentrop agreed that Italy had political primacy in Egypt. What this means is vague, but we can expect it to be sort of like British involvement in the country, with troops being stationed there and the likes.
All that mattered was the Suez Canal.
Mussolini, however, continued to warn Hitler about these plans, saying, "I hope we do not live to regret promises you've made to the Arab leaders. You do not know them like we do." And he went on to say that the Italians had been betrayed by them in Libya. But to avoid what Voorman called the Arab game, other Nazi leaders like Hans Bohler advocated for a total Arab federation, obviously under German influence. But the breakup of Arabia seems more likely. Yet, as always, more plans.
Yeah, there would have been it would have been a weak puppet government over this tremendous amount of land. Maybe that was the point. After showing that they can't take care of themselves, the Germans would step in and protect them. And increasingly there'd be fewer Arabs, you know? Because unlike other groups that had occupied the area, they would have just started genociding them. And they'd have fought back. They'd have gone out to the deserts and they would have raided German convoys and shit. But the Germans would have just been like, okay, whatever, we don't need to go into the deserts yet. And then the cities would have been depopulated over the course of 5 or 10 years and then repopulated with Germans until eventually, you know, there wouldn't be an Iraq anymore. There would be Iraqburg.
Were on the table. Hitler still wanted to keep the French on side, so giving away Syria and Lebanon would of course go against this. And Hitler said he would not issue any proclamations on the subject until our troops were in Mosul. And on Mosul, there could have been other plans there, as Turkey remained out of Germany's influence. Here again, though, his ideas on who were Aryans were odd. As I've mentioned before, he said the Kurds were Germanic, but so too was Kemal Ataturk. How that would have played out later is anybody's guess, but it seems that the Kurds would have just been abandoned to Turkish rule. Inside Turkey, though, some celebrated the fact that they were later regarded as Aryan by the German leaders. An alliance with Turkey would help protect the Black Sea, which Hitler himself just called a frog pond. So Hitler hoped that the Finns cover our flanks, Turkey covers the other. That's an ideal solution for me.
Oh yes, Finland.
And he goes on about the importance of this alliance, saying, "The first thing to do is to conclude a treaty of friendship with Turkey, and to leave it to her to guard the Dardanelles. No foreign power has any business in that part of the world." The Allies were also trying to win over Turkey.
They hated that picture of Hitler, of Churchill. That appeared everywhere, but Churchill loved it. He thought he looked so dashing and roguish. I don't think they got Churchill. Churchill was like, yeah, so what? I don't care. I'm fucking Winston Churchill.
Promising them parts of Syria, the Greek islands and Bulgaria. But the Germans went further.
I did lots of horrible things in
there were
Ireland.
groups looking to unite the Turkic people, and even a movement called Pan-Turanism, which looked to unite people who fell under a very vague linguistic family known as Turan.
Yeah, the Turan family can range from, in theory, Estonia to fucking Japan, but it is vague.
The Germans allowed these groups to work within the Caucasus, hoping to start a Turkic rebellion in Azerbaijan, and maybe further afield in Central Asia, connecting with the Basmachi rebels. Plus, in some discussions with the Turks, Iraq could have been placed under their influence, and northern Syria would again be given over to them. Hitler also, after carving up Greece, took over Crete. But he said he did not intend to make Crete into a German strongpoint. The only thing he wanted there will be to maintain a centre for our Strength Through Joy organisation, or in other words, turn it into a bit of a holiday resort. Crete, though, could be used as a stepping stone to capture Cyprus, and given the fact Hitler didn't want any of these islands, they too could have been handed over to Turkey. Again, though, Mussolini did claim these islands, but they also claimed Malta and failed to act there. The Germans, on the other hand, did draw up plans to invade Malta as part of Operation Hercules, but this never got off the ground. It seems the Italians would have
The best mission and the most unique in what's the name of the game? Panzer General 2. Massive invasion of Malta by land and sea. It's the strangest one of all because you have to command a fleet to fire on each other, and then you have the then you have the air battle above, but also if you're the Germans, you have to drop your parachutists as quickly as possible. So you have to protect your bombers and your parachutists. But also, like, the destroyers can fire up at the aircraft. But then you also have to fight the British fleet. You know, the most powerful fleet in the world. Yeah, it's not the best.
taken it after the war, but the other islands were all up for grabs, including potentially even the Italian-controlled Dodecanese Islands, which von Papen suggested giving over to Turkey after the war. But Hitler was unwilling to make any concrete promises until Turkey joined the Axis, and the most they could achieve is a non-aggression pact. Further east, though, after signing a deal with the Japanese, Persia would have fallen under German influence. This was ruled over by Reza Shah, and although he declared neutrality, the Allies believed he would side with Hitler if Barbarossa was successful. Hjalmar Schacht oversaw huge investments in Iran, and it's been said that a German diplomat convinced the Shah to formally change the name of the country from Persia to Iran to reflect on their Aryan origins. The Shah was also said to be a keen admirer of Hitler, and trapped between the British and the Russians, Germany was a natural ally. There were, however, disagreements.
They look like a very happy gay couple. I'm glad that they found each other from two different worlds in the middle of war. They look happy.
Over racial policy. Specifically, the Shah believed Iranian Jews should be seen as Iranians and not Semites. But Hitler said, if there's anyone who is praying for the success of our arms, it must be the Shah of Persia. But just like with other countries, there was a debate over whether or not they were Aryans or not. But the ties between the Nazis and the Persians were still worrying enough for the Allies, who invaded and removed the Shah during the war. But we could expect a Nazi-influenced government in Iran shipping oil to Europe. Next is Afghanistan, where King Zahir Shah began to form close ties with Germany, as the Germans began to invest heavily in their industry and infrastructure. Plus, it recently came to light that the king made requests to annex land in British India should the Germans win.
He looks both stoned and he's going to tell you a very dirty little secret.
In 1941, the legation in Kabul
Who's the one from IP2? He's got that terrible voice. What, man? He kind of looks a bit like him.
sent a message to Berlin saying the king wishes the German luck in the war, and he inquired whether the German aims in Asia coincided with Afghan hopes. He stated that justice for Afghanistan would be created only when the country's frontier would be extended to the Indus. So a greater Afghanistan should have been the end of German influence.
Justice for Afghanistan.
However,
You know what I mean? This shit was working like in the 1870s. Some of these ideas were in the work. Some of these were in the work since like 500 AD. Like, there's no way you can make all these groups happy, you know?
I'd suspect later they'd push much further, as Hitler often worried about a future war in
Or even if they took over all the land that they want, would it work out? Probably not.
Asia. Like he said, the present conflict is one of life or death, and to that end we are quite ready to make an alliance with the devil himself. Here he's referring to Japan, and responding to claims, our alliance with Japan is a species of betrayal of our own racial principles. And on Japan's entry into the war,
I love that dude's coat.
he even declared it was a turning point in history. It means the loss of a whole continent, and one must regret it, for it's the white race which is the loser. Hitler even allegedly said to Ribbentrop, we have to think in terms of centuries. Sooner or later, there will have to be a showdown between the white and yellow races.
Enter your slow panning of a Winnie the Pooh and that Wojak of Joe Biden eating an ice cream.
This idea worried the Nazis so much that some like Erhard Wetzel began to question the idea of preventing the Russians from having children, as, he said, a greater Asia and an independent India are formations that dispose over hundreds of millions of inhabitants. A German world power with 80 or 85 million Germans, by contrast, is numerically too weak. Others, including Himmler, expanded on this concept of a future when the mass of humanity of 1 to 1.5 billion lines up against us. So, with this in mind, they begin to undermine the Japanese in their designated zone, starting with Tibet. This dealt with all sorts of wild ideas like the world ice theory, and their branch of thinking had its predecessors like the Thule Society and the Atlantis House in Bremen. Now, with government backing, they set off to prove where Aryans came from. They went to go explore ruins in Italy and Scandinavia. They looked at the idea of Aryans being in ancient Mesopotamia. One expedition just went to go meet a Finnish witch named Miron Aku in 1935, and they went all over the world on other expeditions I'll get onto later, like, for instance, Antarctica. But in 1938...
They went all over the world because, as we saw earlier, they had this idea that, like, ice was the formation of all things, you know?
They sent a team to Tibet, which included Ernst Schaffer. Their goal included measuring the faces of the locals to find out if they had Aryan roots, and this would allegedly prove that when Atlantis was destroyed, the Aryans moved to the tallest mountains before moving on to Germany. Like Regent Retting sent a letter to Hitler referring to him as...
This is the thing with all conspiracy theorists. Like, the wider and wider it gets, the more and more connections they have to make. And ideally, if they can connect it to another conspiracy theory, it's all the better. Flat Earthers. A lot of Flat Earthers have anti-Semitic, pro-Western value roots, or even anti-Western value roots, and like pro-Asianism. Yeah, that's just as bad. Just because Western hegemony is like the main thing of the earth right now, it won't be forever. Good chance China will eventually surpass it. But like, all this shit is interwoven and it is insane. And you can find roots of it starting from here, but they're already passing the torch from a previous generation, from the interwar era. The people who would like think that they were talking to their dead relatives and shit like that. We're going back even further with the magicians. Aleister Crowley again. It's all bullshit. There's no fucking aliens at Area 51. There are just bombs and really cool advanced weaponry. There's no fucking like Nazis on the moon. It's all really fucking grey, and some people don't want it to be that grey. They don't want the idea of like the Bible being a complete lie. They don't want the idea of the fucking Epic of Gilgamesh not being based historically, but instead it's just there probably was a king once called Gilgamesh and he had a propaganda piece made about him. Or probably centuries after he died. I mean, the Scorpion King was a real king. We found proof that he existed. The Egyptians thought he existed. But he wasn't a fucking half Scorpion, half Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
German king and exalted lord. I am glad that you are well, and your good deeds of success are crowned with success.
That would be very
I cherish
cool if
the
it
desire.
was.
The existing friendly relations between our two residences intensify. There weren't any large plans for moving into Tibet, but the Japanese also didn't plan to invade either. So maybe this would have been up for grabs after the war. Bhutan and Nepal were equally left out of plans by both powers, so again maybe there were some allies to be had there. Hitler did gift a Mercedes-Benz to the King of Nepal and was a keen admirer of Eastern philosophy, saying, religious teaching like that of Confucius, Buddha and Muhammad offers an undeniable broad basis for the religious-minded. So
True, in all
potentially,
fairness.
Bhutan and Nepal, and also Tibet, could have been brought into the German sphere of influence in the distant future. To the
Well,
east,
this is
though,
very
the Nazis had
interesting.
been working with the Chinese long before war broke out. Advisors like von Secht and von Falkenhausen helped train up the Chinese army to crush Mao's communist forces. Plus the 80,000 troops they did help train began to goose-step around this time. German aid also led to the construction of railway lines to major cities like Guizhou and major steelworks and arsenals. All this was built with a 100 million Reichsmark loan. H. Kung, the Chinese finance minister, visited Germany and argued that the Japanese could not be trusted.
Whoa! I can't believe you said that. Well, you should. I am literally a Nazi.
And for the Chinese, the Germans seemed like a natural ally. After all, they again had no colonies and therefore no ambitions on China itself. However, initially Hitler seemed to be happy with his choice in aligning with the Japanese
I like his shower curtain medals down there.
over the Chinese, saying one must be grateful to Ribbentrop in having understood the full significance of our pact with Japan. Our navy was inspired by the same state of mind, but the army would have preferred an alliance with China. General Yamashita also said that Hitler had been a fan of Japan since boyhood. He read carefully reports of Japan's victory over Russia, impressed by Japan's astonishing strength. Yet again though, as you can see, Hitler had conflicting ideas. On the one hand, he said that the Chinese and Japanese belong to ancient civilizations, and I admit freely that their past history is superior to our own. They have the right to be proud of their past. But then, as well as fearing a war with the nation power, he also said, compare the civilization of the Greeks with what Japan or China was at the same period. It's like comparing the music of Beethoven with the screeching of a cat.
Okay.
And he also developed the idea that some races were culture creators, some like the Jews were culture destroyers, and Japan was a culture bearer. This meant that they were able to take technology and ideas from other races, but not really able to create their own.
Hey, America!
So their alliance with Japan was one of pure convenience. Anyway, within China there were two nations essentially. Japan's puppet state led by Wang Jingwei and Chiang Kai-shek's independent China. Both of these men came from the KMT originally, and this group had a far-right element in it. Like in the 1930s, there were the blue shirts, who obviously tried to emulate the Italian fascists. Also, Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son served in the German army. Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son also served in the German army, plus Wang Jingwei continued to meet with the German Nazis until 1941. So, although Germany was willing to cede China over to Japan initially, maybe this old alliance could have been rebuilt. Plus, if Russia was to fall, this would have opened up other opportunities, like in Xinjiang. There the Uyghurs had rebelled and tried to set up an Islamic East Turkestan Republic. The Japanese were busy trying to set up a puppet state there with an old Ottoman prince on the throne. But the Soviets invaded and enforced the rule of Shen Shikai. So if Germany took Russia, well then Xinjiang would have been open for conquest. And given that Germany was willing to encourage some Turkic rebellions, maybe they'd have just fallen under their influence. Bey Mirza Hayat, for instance, served in the Turkestan Legion and would later write a series of books advocating for uniting Turkic states, including East Turkestan. There were already some German agents, engineers and missionaries working there in the 1930s, like George Vassal, who was hired to build railway lines by the central Chinese government, but he was arrested by the Soviets. The former ruler of the region, Jin Ren, even sent some people to study in Germany, so connections between Xinjiang and Germany were made, albeit very loose connections, and nothing really major was planned. Mongolia too would also be open. On the Mongolians, Hitler spoke quite highly of Genghis Khan, saying he was a great organizer of men. He also said he led women and children to slaughter with premeditation and a happy heart. History sees in him solely the founder of a state. There could have been some options
Love how Hitler said that almost like a positive.
as to what to do with Mongolia, as many Kalmyks had joined the Nazi forces, and this resulted in their deportations to the Far East.
Never heard of them.
Some ethnic Mongols
Like their
were willing
hats.
to enter Nazi service, despite Hitler often speaking quite badly of the Mongols. Yet Japan already had a Mongolian puppet state, so it seems more likely to fall under their influence along with Eastern Russia. However, many Germans like Kriebel didn't even believe that the Japanese could actually hold on to China from the beginning. So again, a possible alliance with China and Mongolia could have been possible in the future. Hitler also said, "I don't think that the Japanese will embark on the conquest of India. They'll surely confine themselves to blockading it." So India too could well have been up for grabs. However, Hitler was far more disparaging of the Indians. For instance, India at present numbers 388 million inhabitants. The chief reason for this increase is the reduction in mortality due to the progress made by the health services. What are our doctors thinking of? Isn't it enough to vaccinate the whites?
I guarantee you, every once in a while, there would have been a British doctor who talked the same thing, and he'd have ended up being a black shirt arrested in London in the late 30s.
Before the war, he advised the British to shoot Gandhi and described their independence movement as a fight of lower Indian race against the superior English Nordic race. So, even though historically they believed their Aryan roots were tied to India, they believed it was long gone in the subcontinent itself by this point, as they had mixed with different races. Hitler even admitted, if we took India, the Indians would certainly not be enthusiastic, and they'd not be slow to regret the good old days of English rule.
I do wonder how
Or when
many
this-
Indians now still think about the old days of English rule and go, well, it wasn't so bad. I personally liked the parts where they'd beat me for looking at them funny.
Discussing allowing the Indians to continue some of their traditions, like cremations by the river. He said, the Indians can think themselves lucky that we do not rule India. We should make their lives a misery. This is largely because he would just ban any of that sort of stuff. Then, as I've mentioned before, he seemed impressed by British rule in India and feared that the Russians could move in if Britain fell. Within India there were a couple of movements for independence focused around leaders like Nehru, Bose and Gandhi. Bose was open to siding with the Axis and met with the Japanese and Germans during the war. Hitler even claimed, Nehru has been eclipsed by Bose. Nehru's fate will be like that of the socialists in 1918,
Nope.
who was swept away by the masses. Here he's referring to the German socialists who revolted after World War I.
Yeah.
But he also said
Hitler claimed when he got off the train after the war, the socialists were in the middle of a fucking like revolt, and a bunch of early SA guys were rushing in to stop them. The Free Corps, which, if you've ever watched Indian Idol's Great War, well, it's not Indian Idol. A lot of different people. Mindy was the head, the face of it. He had it hasn't stopped. The channel still uploads, and it's called Between Two Wars. And there was a whole war between like communists, socialists, and basically anarchists, called in like the Baltic countries during the just after the Soviet Union took power, but they were fighting a civil war, so they couldn't hold it down. And a lot of German volunteers after the war went up there because there was a lot of German families that lived up there. In fact, they were kind of like the elite of the region, the Prussians. And I think Heinz Guderian. I think he, after the war, found a little bit of work there, commanding artillery brigades and shit like that. Because it was like proper fights, like huge fights over massive regions. I need to pee again. Urine, so fine. This looks like it's orange. I kind of like it, but it's weird. The color is all over the place. I'll eventually grow bored with it and fuck around with it again. Sometimes your bladder controls you. Other times you control the bladder. No fairness, I was controlling that bladder for like half an hour.
That the Indians would try any form of government, including Bolshevism, to get rid of the English. Nobody cares about the state of anarchy that will follow in India upon the departure of the English.
I wasn't wrong there. Hitler had these hints. Well, everyone kind of had these vague hints that after the war, shit would get wild. Because even before the end of the war, like Greece had a massive civil war. Even before the end of the war. Yugoslavia had already had a civil war. Not for the first time. And not for the last time. There was massive like movements of peoples. Poland fought a sort of doomed forlorn hope in the woods for, I think it was like the 50s. There were like bands of anti-communist guerrillas in the woods taking pot shots at the Soviets.
Some, like Ribbentrop, supported calling for Indian independence, and an Indian Bureau was established to aid in this. But even Bose realised waiting for real German assistance would have been a waste of time, so he went to meet with the Japanese. There was a unit of volunteers in the German army, but Hitler had no real love for it, saying, "The Indian Legion is a joke. There are Indians that can't kill a louse, and would be prepared to allow themselves to be devoured. They certainly aren't going to kill any Englishmen." So what would have happened to India is pretty much guesswork. It seems that in Hitler's ideal world, he'd have been happy to make a pact with the British and allowed them to keep hold of it. He often said things like, it might be possible to negotiate a separate peace which would leave India to England. Failing that, the Japanese could have moved in and the subcontinent would have been divided, with Germany or Afghanistan taking what would become Pakistan. So it would have been partitioned almost along the same lines as it would later be partitioned by the British. As for Southeast Asia, Hitler was again unhappy with Japan's advances. What is happening?
Aww. Rich from Review Tech has gotten a new puppy, I think for Christmas, and it's in the very sleepy stage of it, but when it's awake, it's very sort of active, and now a giant pair of tits are on my screen. Those things are huge.
Happening in the Far East is happening by no will of mine. For years I never stopped telling all the English I met that they'd lose the Far East if they entered into a war in Europe. The Japanese are occupying all the islands one after the other. They will get hold of Australia too. The white race will disappear from those regions. Obviously here the Japanese were taking away Dutch colonies like Indonesia, British Malaya and French Indochina. Musert, a Dutch Nazi, said to Hitler, 3 centuries of effort are going up in smoke as European rule was, in just a couple of years, ending. Himmler, however, wasn't too fussed about this, as he was, as always, more concerned over race, saying in this way the Dutch people will maintain its integrity whereas before it was running the risk of corrupting itself with Malayan blood. So he was happy to see all the white people leave Asia. No plans were made to move into the region regardless, but Hitler was unhappy to just hand them over. Maybe this would have been a future battlefield, as the Germans would try to reclaim the former European colonies. Plus, control over places like Singapore would give him a route further east. Also, he mentioned Australia before, and this should have been in Japan's sphere, but the Japanese again made no real plans to invade. As for German plans, I found a paper in 1939 called the Mercury Paper, which reportedly uncovered Nazi plans to occupy the island. This may well have been a complete fabrication, but it states a former Nazi named Paul Grisar revealed to them Italian and German partition plans with allegedly Japanese agreement. Queensland, with its great number of Italian settlements, together with New South Wales and North Australia, is intended to come to Italy.
It looks like a very odd candy. Like rhubarb and lime, you know? That could work actually, rhubarb and lime would be kind of interesting.
With Sydney as capital. Victoria and South Australia, where the greatest number of German farmers live, would be taken by Germany. Japan should, according to this agreement, keep her hands off Australia. Again though, there's no real proof of this plan elsewhere, so it could have just been made up. Inside Australia though, there were some small groups like the Australia First Party, which included the daughter of the suffragette Emmeline Pankhurst. They advocated for independence from Britain and an alliance with the Axis. This, however, was particularly small. There was also the Centre Party led by Eric Campbell, which even had its own small paramilitary, the New Guard. They wanted to remain united with the British, but never got more than 1% in the elections. Nevertheless, if Britain fell, maybe an alliance with a right-wing group would have been possible, like the United Australian Party, which is the predecessor of the Liberal Party in the country. Although this was just centre-right, they were vehemently anti-communist, and one future Prime Minister, Robert Menzies, travelled to fascist Europe and said, "Abandonment by the Germans of..."
Kind of interesting to get Red Eye's view on this. Because the Irish, post-England leaving, Irish politics was mostly dominated until like the 60s by Eamon de Valera. After he left, Irish politics was mostly dominated by a series of, frankly, weak-willed and kind of forgettable Taoiseachs until the 90s, where we just stopped pretending. Kind of like the way doping in professional baseball, everyone knew and no one said anything until about the 90s. And then it came out and it was like, well, yeah, what, you actually want to do something about it? Because, yeah, I'm okay with seeing getting it solved, but how do we fix it? But with us, it wasn't doping, but it was plenty of drugs. It was corruption with Bertie Ahern. Bertie Ahern, like, openly just admitted, yeah, like I got the occasional bit of money. He says so as much in one of his books. He just gets a brown envelope under a table, you know? And we all knew it. And people were like, are we going to do anything about it? And everyone kind of went, I don't know. There's lots of money floating around. And then as it turns out, all that money was an absolute scam. Ireland claimed to be worth 5 times more than it actually was. Oh boy. Good. I guess the Celtic Tiger has to be put down, huh?
Individual liberty and of the easy and pleasant things of life has something rather magnificent about it. They have erected the state.
I found it interesting when I asked Red Eye when he was on stream once, what was the public transport system like in Australia? And he gave me this whole thing about the local lines and all that shit. It was very fascinating.
With Hitler as its head.
Oh, hi, me. What are you doing here? Quickly, just want to check those. Minister remarks outrages ambulance staff work out public urges keep themselves safe. Yeah, seriously, they have to keep themselves safe because Thousands of ambulance walk over disputed pay and working conditions. Nurses go on strike, utterly shocked. Hits back at Barclays over National Contingency Plan. Comment. Critical incidents. Health Secretary urges public to use common sense. Yeah. Yeah, no, the British are in a... British are in a bad place. And I know on my Discord, some people are like, I can't believe these people are saying that. No, I can. I can. They don't get nearly enough. They're overworked and they're underpaid. And above all else, they don't get the hours that they need to live a decent life. Well, I stand with the strike force. Britain wants to change the core dynamics? Sure, absolutely. Tax wealthy people so you can hire more people who need work and have degrees, even from overseas if necessary. Though ideally, of course, you always get from home first. Depopulate your entire from home base of specialists, and then if there's not enough, take a small percentage out to start training the next generations continuously en masse, and then hire overseas from a country that has a glut of them, like the way Irish dentists are in very short supply because they often leave because they don't think they get the money that they need to pay that they could get elsewhere. I understand from the dentist's point of view, but it leaves us in a bit of a glut. Why? And they all say the same thing. Why doesn't the Irish government pay us what we think we are owed? Good question. Maybe they're being selfish. Probably not, honestly. Every year, the unions go crazy around about Christmas. There's a fucking episode of F is for Family set in the 70s with the baggage guys in the airport there, about, in O'Hare I think it is, it gets set in Chicago, about to go out on strike at Christmas. And the mob is included in everything, which, you know, the 70s, it's a union rep. The mob will be included. Yeah. Yeah, that's just fucking...
Sort of
and one thing I like about that, it even has at one point the middle management joining forces, like the supervisors join forces with the unions. Why? Because they know that the unions are right, but they're the ones that have to toe the fucking line. They get to see firsthand just how poor these motherfuckers are and how much they have to work. They don't get their Christmas bonuses. Yeah, they're going to strike. It happens. It happens a lot. You always hear terrible stories of bosses. You also hear great stories of bosses too.
Religion, which produces spiritual
bosses are people.
That one
the wealthy are
deny.
people. It'd be nice if the wealthy remind themselves of that.
Plus, after the war,
That ironically is a very Christian statement I just made there.
many war criminals were able to find a home there, like Victor Padani and Laszlo Magay. Magay actually became head of the Liberals' Migrant Advisory Council. Plus, given Australia's long-held fear of an Asian power rising, it seems likely they'd choose Germany over Japan as an ally. After all, Yellow Peril played a prominent role in Australian politics for decades, and they adopted a White Australia policy. Even during World War II, Prime Minister John Curtin said, "This country shall remain forever the home of the descendants of those people who came here in peace in order to establish in the South Seas an outpost of the British race." This is in response to many people complaining about the number of Asian immigrants entering the country. Then, going back to the end of World War I, the Australians rejected Japan's request for racial equality. Then Prime Minister Billy Hughes said, 95 out...
Yeah, the Japanese had a genuine concern. Like what I said a day or two ago. The Japanese had a genuine pointing out that like they weren't being treated in the League of Nations the same way as the white races were. They were the only non-major power. Ethiopia was a member of the League of Nations, and they pointed out the same thing. And nations like Australia and America came around and went, no. Britain kind of like twiddled their thumbs. They were like, well, while we agree with you in spirit, you know, there are several factors. And the American government was like, back of the bus, boy. So, yeah, they kind of, you know, they were being treated like trash. How they respond, well, how Japan responded said a lot. Ethiopia, while hardly a democracy, you know, it was, and did have its own plans in the back works and movements, like maybe we can buy off this bit of land, maybe we can move this tribe out. You know, in the grand scheme of things, grand scheme of things, if you had a bunch of Ethiopian troops roll up at your house, not even roll up, they wouldn't have even had trucks. They ride up to your house and just fucking open fire with like World War I era rifles at best, then yeah, you wouldn't have cared that this was only a small percentage. But the Japanese tried to take over all of Asia.
Out of 100 Australians rejected the very idea of equality. So, in the event of Britain falling, maybe Australia would just fall under Axis influence. In nearby New Zealand, Campbell Begg formed the New Zealand Legion, but this wasn't necessarily as fascist as the name would suggest. After all, after Begg met with some Nazi officials, he described their whole philosophy as absurd. Hitler, on the other hand, described the Maori of New Zealand like animals, saying, where does the boundary between the lowest New Zealand native, the bushman, the tree climber, and the ape lie? Where practically is the boundary here? This, by the way, was brought up while discussing the extinction and extermination of weaker species. Then, way back in 1925, he said, for example, many New Zealanders live in trees, and many still climb around on all fours. So, had the Germans arrived in the country, we could probably expect mass killings.
Oh yeah.
But how or if they'd...
I guarantee you New Zealand would have become a place of like chateaus and like estates.
even get there.
The wealthy would have lived there.
However, there could well as always have been another plan. Goebbels wrote in his diary, the Japanese have...
This is the passion martini. So it's a martini with passion fruit. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this nearly as much as I like the other two. The Bramble had the most interest. And the mojito tasted a bit like mojito, I guess. But this feels like they got a like grape... No, not a grapefruit. A fucking like avocado and kind of... No, that'd be too earthy. A mango. They got a mango and just kind of smushed it in there.
Comes so close to Australia. It has ever been the territorial aspiration...
And it ain't passion fruit.
...of Tokyo to possess this fifth continent as territory for emigration. Therefore, Australia, and probably New Zealand, would become Japanese. However, Goebbels later wrote of German conquests in Russia that their chief task was finding people to fill it up. That is the question that the Japanese too are facing. To conquer Australia won't be hard, but to fill up Australia will be a difficult task. The English didn't succeed, and that's why they are going to lose Australia. So there could well have been a sort of population transfer, with Anglo-Saxons from Australia sent to inhabit conquered eastern territories in Europe, and the Japanese would therefore be free to settle in Australia and New Zealand.
Wow, outside of Minsk, it would have been like New Manchester. Holy shit.
But again, all guesswork. Neither Germany nor Japan had clear plans there. However, in the Pacific and beyond, there were some attempts to claim back former German colonies.
Neat. Like I said, Jasby, he's pretty cool. I have to admit, when I first saw him, he did so much Nazi and obscure shit that I did worry if he was a bit dog whistly. But he never once praises. He's just there like, this is actually a thing that they believed. And then he shows it and you're like, oh god, that's stupid. He doesn't have to stop and... sometimes he does stop and go, well, this is stupid. He sometimes goes, such as the ludicrous idea. And when you hear it, you're like, oh. He never hides away of, like, mass murders. He never hides away from, like, hypocrisy or double standards. It's pretty good. I like the guy. And his graphics have increased more and more. Now, Ice Poseidon teaching boxing skills? Fuck yes. Oh my god, I'm already getting strong. The Promise Keepers. Not the Promise Keepers. The Patriots. Patriot Front. And no, it was the Promise Keepers. Oath Keepers. That's the one. The Promise Keepers was a cult that killed themselves, and the Oath Keepers are a terrorist organization that were involved in January 6th and white nationalism. And hi, Gavin McGuinness. Hi, Gavin McGuinness. Oath Keepers, Gavin McGuinness. Why? And you know what? Look at Gavin turn around like, fuck you, yeah. Fuck the N words. Fuck the F words. Fuck you. And I walk off and be like, this is mask off. Then I pull out the gun and redacted. I'm serious, by the way. It is always better when they're not Nick Fuentesing, Ben Shapiroing, the quartering-ing. You know, like, it's good when they have... It's good when they are on display. They stand up in a crowd and go, I'm a piece of shit that wants to do all these horrible things. And the whole crowd should just stop and go, get him! And a bunch of pitchforks come up. So much for freedom of speech. Consequences are a real thing.
Here, take my phone. Just a little bit of drills while we wait. I like pink gloves, bro. It's fine.
You got me here?
We don't need any mouthpiece. I'm not putting on a mouthpiece. They're gonna use a mouthpiece. Here, turn your wrist. Motherfucker. Alright, you do it.
Yeah, okay. I've got this fucking shit hanging right here. Is that gonna blind him?
What?
This little...
Oh, dude, take that off.
Fuck, do I take that off? We don't have
This
scissors.
plastic fucking thing.
Do you have... Is yours showing it?
Oh yeah!
Oh, no. God.
He's in Japan, isn't he? I forgot. I don't even know why I'm turning the light off and opening the blinds. In a few hours, I've got to close it again as it gets dark. It's nice to have a little bit of of actual natural lighting in, though. You gotta admit. Oh shit! I'm sorry. I didn't actually show you guys. I put it in the wrong tab. Let's fix that right away. Whop, whop, whop. Yeah.
Here, take my phone.
I don't know if I'll tell you what I'd be down for. I don't think if I'd be down for like boxing, but if I do an IRL stream out in the States and air hockey, I actually feel confident about that. Air hockey. If we get to a situation, Magicus, Missy, Augusta, Mickey, Raisin, Two Guns, John Morgan, if we're in a situation where air hockey will happen, any comers, I will fucking destroy. Seriously, I'm actually really good at air hockey. It's about the only one I'm really good at that isn't a video game. Competitive Tetris, I'm also not terrible at. Hey Bill, good to see you. I decided to stop gaming and enjoy the alcohol that is now flowing in my system. In 2 to 3 hours, I'm gonna go out again and do the another booze run, pick up my dinner, and do an IRL stream. To that end, I should really put my phone on charge. It's like mostly still charged. It's just, you know, what's the point? Why not? Why the hell not? 10 p.m. EST is what I'm gonna try to do. 10 p.m. to midnight, depending on which would be easier for you guys. Probably midnight would be better for you guys. In about 9 hours, I'm gonna do the watch party. Is that okay? In that time, I'll probably have a nap. No sign of Shabisky's. Hey, big balls. I bet he's gonna send me a message like 2 days. Tends to do that. God. Imagine if I was his fucking accountant. Mr. Shabisky, sir, I'm just saying that you know, you really need to pay, file your taxes before the cutoff date, before the IRS gets involved. Okay, big balls, I'll do that now. Hello, cool guy. Oh god, could you imagine if Dark Master watched this? He'd make a video with the backwards hands. That would be like, here's another great example of why Shabisky's a piece of shit. I have actual footage from his account. Oh, Shabby, you aren't getting your money's worth. Low and Energies is not the best firm around, let me tell you.
Just a little bit of drills while we wait. I like pink gloves, bro. It's fine.
You got me here?
We don't need any mouthpiece. I'm not putting on a mouthpiece. They're gonna use a mouthpiece. Here, turn your wrist. Motherfucker.
I'd love if the most fucking over-the-top Japanese sort of stereotypical sort of like weeb, giant hair, crazy out persona characters basically just show up and they just watch Ice Poseidon beat the living shit out of someone, or he gets his ass kicked by somebody and they're just there like making random comments like it's a fucking anime.
Do it.
Yeah, okay. I've got this fucking shit hanging right here. Is that gonna blind him?
What?
This little...
Oh, dude, take that off.
Fuck, do I take that off? We don't have
This
scissors.
plastic fucking thing.
Do you have, is yours showing it?
Mm-hmm.
Do that?
Oh, no. God.
He didn't answer it though. Is it?
Alright.
That's for like bikini girls boxing, those gloves, right?
Alright, listen. I'm gonna give you a quick 20-minute lesson. Because you only have 20 minutes until he says he will be leaving or showing up or something, so.
Leaving, showing up, descending, ascending, aging.
20-minute lesson, okay.
Quick 20-minute lesson. The only things you need to know.
Okay.
And you're not going to be able to really learn much, to be honest.
Goal, stay the night at someone's house. It was pick up a girl in the last one. Now it's stay the night at someone's house. What the fuck is Ice Poseidon doing in Japan?
Teach me everything you know, Paul.
Okay, get in your stance. I'm not even going to make you stand in the right stance, because it's too much information to divulge in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so just throw a jab. Okay. Once again, what does this fucking chick say? What is that?
Oh, Mothra's coming. Maybe Godzilla, or possibly Mecha Godzilla. I can always mix the two up. Either way, when it comes, you have to point and go Godzilla or Mothra. That's all you have to do, and then run in a different angle from where you were before with a different quality of camera. Almost like you some sort of stock footage.
Like asking you to like, please don't jerk off in public.
Okay. So use your hip, bro. Step.
No, it's Japan. They wouldn't do that. At all times, we would ask the public to remember that while it's obvious that no means yes in Japan, we humbly ask that you have written consent first to know that this is indeed what is known as role play.
You know what? Since you guys are smart, this is what you really. The only thing you need to know right now, the only thing you need to learn, fuck throwing. You don't need to know how to throw a punch. Fuck that. It doesn't matter because you're not gonna be able to learn this shit in 20 minutes. The only thing you need to know for sparring right now is distance.
Okay, distance. Okay.
Okay, throw a jab.
I was taught, let's see if I remember, I was taught this by an American dude who wanted to teach me more or less the same thing. Let's see if I remember.
You can't reach me. No, keep it out. You can't reach me.
Yeah.
You are too far away. Okay?
Yeah.
Well,
so you're gonna have to measure the distance to make sure you stay out of his distance.
Okay.
Or you, or you know, if you don't want him to hit you.
Okay.
Are you? I mean, you're taller a little bit, so
I should have a longer range.
don't do that.
yeah, you don't. Alright, so I don't know what that first part was. You don't reach it. Well, of course you can't reach him. You're not actually touching him. The thing is, like, I was taught that my jabs were too long, and I did the wide thing that he did there. Like I said, I've won every fight I've ever been in, but they weren't fist fights. There were a lot of kicking and teeth and eyes being.
Don't do that.
Fuck no.
Why not?
Do it.
Yep.
Blocked it.
Okay, do it.
Yeah. But even if you blocked it, you see, there's the problem. You're being already pushed back and back and back. But what if you're in the ring? You know? You're going to run out of places to go eventually. Also, just because you block a punch doesn't mean that you're not getting fucking worn down.
Yeah, that wouldn't be.
And then listen.
Yeah,
your kid's
see?
not gonna hit you for real.
Yeah, yeah.
Relax.
I just realized.
Aw.
Just be careful.
I'd do the same. If I was in that kid's position, I'd do the same.
Listen, if
He's got
here's how you measure distance.
early 2000s Justin Bieber haircut.
With your jab like this, then you can hit him with the right.
Okay.
Okay. If you
The
can't.
right is farther than the jab, though, right?
I know, but if you don't want to risk it, because if you throw a right and you miss, that's a lot of energy wasted, and
Okay.
you're overextended and you
Okay.
get hit. Okay, so don't.
Yeah, I was told, like, even though the guy who's, believe it or not, the guy who was actually teaching me was taller than me. So he was like 6'3", 6'4". He was a bit of a tall motherfucker out of California. Oh, he's the same guy I told you about back in the day. He had the cellulite all put into his arms to make them look like, to make them all look like spines and shit like that. This was in Ireland. He had immigrated over here to Ireland. He fell in love with an Irish girl. They had a kid together. I think he's working in a bank now, actually. He's doing really well for himself. But he gave me a little bit of advice on how to fight. And like, he said that, like, due to my size, in wrestling it would be a very different thing. But here, like, when I would do like a swing, I would do like the big sort of like rah, rah thing. And anyone could get inside them. Anyone would be able to block them. They're too slow. They're too cumbersome. He said, for me, I have to get in close. Do little things like that. I've never put it up into practice because every time I've swacked someone across the face, well, if I should whack across the face, it wasn't in those sort of situations. And it almost never is. Unless you're actually going into a boxing ring, you're never going to actually box someone, quite honestly with you. You're going to instead fucking gouge their eyes out with a broken stool leg. You're going to pistol whip them. You're going to, you know, take a cinder block when they're not looking. Most fights aren't fights. They're jumpings, quite honestly. And then you have to fight their friends. Who, like, if you want to, like, hit the person who, I don't know, slapped your girlfriend and as they're walking away, like, what do most people do? They don't fight like that. What they do is they wait until afterwards and then with a blunt object across the face, they go down. But now you've got two other people who will fucking jump and kick the living shit out of you. The third person will get out, now with a broken nose or one less tooth, and a whole lot of rage, and they're the ones that made it physical in the first place by backhanding it. It might not end for you at all. It might just end. So fights don't go like a lot of people say. But if you talk about boxing, hell yeah, there are rules and regulations of right and wrong, yes and no. Same with kickboxing, same with wrestling. Like don't get me wrong. If a boxer gets jumped, there's a good chance they're gonna win. I don't want to say otherwise. It's a different beast to have a bar fight. If Pip Monk was here, he'd know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, I'll see you outside does not mean you're going to be like fisticuffs, you know. St. Charles rules, I do believe. Squash. No.
Even throw the right unless you jab first.
Saying that, I think Ice Poseidon could take me very easily. Why? Because I'm really out of shape and I haven't fought in years.
Make sure you can even hit him. Okay. So just measure. That's all you gotta do. So just measure your distance.
Yeah.
This isn't nice. This is nice.
About the distance.
Okay, throw a jab. Right,
Gives a weird aftertaste.
Okay.
Not for real, but just like come close and like hit me.
But the other two were nice. I like the bramble. I gotta remember to pick up the bramble in the future.
Okay, see that's your distance right there. Now throw a right.
Lemon and
No, throw right.
blackcurrant with gin.
Okay, see that's good. Okay. That's all you gotta do.
That's all I gotta do. Okay.
But don't throw the right every time. You're gonna waste your energy.
And if I go for like an uppercut in the stomach, I'm aiming for right here or right in the middle.
Bro. If you uppercut, you make sure you hit their fucking head, bro. You go like that.
Yeah, but at that point, that's why you have the mouth guard, right? Because otherwise, you're gonna bite your own tongue and you could actually bleed to death. And you know, if you stab across the face, there's plenty of examples of like fighters. God, this table is so fucking useful. But yeah, there's plenty of fighters who have like gotten brain damage from one uppercut too many.
Yeah, you move your hip, bro.
Not that bad. You're laughing.
I mean, you could do like if you want to hit him in the body, you could do like a backward, like that. But so I barely touched you.
It didn't hurt.
Okay. You could do that, but I wouldn't really recommend that.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Because if you
what if I
miss,
did one of these? What if I did one of these? I feint you here. I go for one of these, and then I punch you in the stomach.
I mean, you could.
Yeah.
Wait.
I don't think.
I mean, if that connects, that's gonna fuck you up. He's not talking about if it connects. If it connects, obviously it's gonna do damage. But you're taking a risk. So that's why every boxer tends to start off. No one starts off in a boxing match going fucking rage mode and just overpowering the motherfucker. Like, bro! No, they're kind of circling each other for a little bit and testing each other's damage and control. And eventually they go in and they fuck each other up. They go high, they go low. Sure, there's angles and strategicness. But if you want the basics of getting into a ring with someone else, just, you know, this is how you hit. This is how you guard. This is how you move. This is how you gauge distance. Because if you, for example, swing really far away for their head, they're going to tilt back, let you go, and then hit you in the stomach, and you're going to fucking feel that. And if it goes down to a decision, well, that's going to work massively against you, even if you survive all the way to that point. Here I am talking like some fucking expert, but this isn't expert shit. This is like 101.
I want you to throw.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Try punching me right now. What if I do one of those?
Okay, how about you throw a punch at him at actual speed? Like, if rather than going, being like, he didn't go fast. He just went. And the guy was like, whoop.
Okay, do it again.
Yep. See?
Do it again. I won't hit you, but do it again. I just step back.
Right? Now, here's the thing, though. What I said earlier will then apply to him. You'd be on the back foot. If this is part of a long game, that could work.
What if you don't see it?
What do you mean? You're going like this. How would I?
Right? How would you not? Like, there's no, like, I'm going down low, but I'm actually fucking going high. You have to be like... You have to have the quickest fucking reaction times to pull that shit off. And try to do that at, like, the 9th or 10th round, you know? I don't know how long rounds go for. They go until the police arrive and you all have to scatter. The law's here!
How would he not see that?
Do it slow. It's very slow, like slow motion. No, I go here. No.
No, that's not how that would go, bro.
You don't think so?
And not if it's not in slow motion.
Okay.
Let's do it a little faster.
Eh? See?
See, you lost your balance. You can't reach.
Okay.
And then maybe you would have slightly touched my face, and then I'd hit you with the.
Yeah, a clunk is, in the right circumstances, very off-putting, but in a grand scheme of things, plus, you know, if you're a professional boxer, you're going to expect to have a clunk. It's, again, this is why not that many boxers have all their teeth missing. Some have the occasional one or two, for sure. The mouth guard can't solve every issue. And there's nothing that can stop your nose from getting fucked up.
Right.
What if I did like the one piece, like Gatling gun?
Oh, you could do that.
You think that's a good method?
Yeah, you could just fury.
Yeah, you can go to town. Here's the thing, if you keep banging away at someone's face and they're not putting up the guard, you've already won because they're about to fall to the floor. Like, you get 2 hits in like that and someone's immediate knee-jerk reaction. Anyone watching right now is the same. Oh, hi, Raisin. Didn't see you there. I do apologize. I am busy talking boxing like the alpha male. I am not. I am very much not an alpha male. Which is good, because alpha males fucking suck. I am doing fantastic. I am tipsy right now. I have downed 3 of these North Lung crafted cocktails, and I am on my 4th Corona Extra. In a few hours, I'm going to go out and do a live stream from a bar, possibly on Twitch, possibly here. If you see me live, do check in early, because I will not be able to last very long out there before having to come back here. I'm basically going to get a little bit more drink to bring back some more food, and most importantly, I'm going to get some chips, some fish and chips. Also, I'm probably going to pick up some of this, which I want to show you there, Raisin. But, ooh, did you, Bill? Well, be sure to post that in Shill, unless you don't feel comfortable with some people in our chat wanting to see that. In which case, post it in the DMs of people you trust. Now, you know me, I don't even really look at my Discord all that much, so I'm not going to pretend to be your greatest fucking commenter. But if you have a Discord, hell yeah. Now, hold on. I want to check this out. I want you to see this real quick. Mine exists. Everyone, big streamers and small, tend to say the same. I was actually joking with this with our last guests before the final episode of the year over in Bearded Ramblings, Hopium and Sham. They were saying like, oh, sorry, I was just talking to someone in the Discord right there. And Hope said it must be nice to have an active Discord. And Sham says same. And Krendar says same. And I'm like, not really. I mean, maybe a third of the people there talk to each other. He's like, that sounds really cool. And I'm like, I guess you're kind of right. Like, most people join a Discord and they don't really do much in it. Anyway, Raisin. So yeah, our Discord is actually pretty cool. I've woken up to find you guys with some really good shit. Yeah. By the way, Now, I want to show some Denny Rasher's ads, right? Or just Denny's ad Ireland. I want to show something in particular. Smile? Where is she? Oh, come on. There has to be... There was an ad for like Rashers or 90s Irish Rasher... No. Sausage... Irish Nash's Sausage Girl? Ad. So there was an ad in the 90s that had this little girl with big curly red hair, right? And she was grinning at the camera, and then she slowly raises up a sausage to her mouth, and it looks like she's smiling. She is... I went to school with her, and my primary school. She was in my class for like 5-6 years. I want to see... Smile. Get rid of the 90s. It was like that, yeah. But she was, I just kind of remembered it right then and there, but there's obviously no ad for it, which is fucking annoying. There's some lost media. I remember this in particular because at one point, they wanted to show us advertisements. They actually had a day where we all learned about advertisements and how advertisements impact us. We were like 10 or a little younger, and they started by bringing her up and showing the footage, and everyone was like, ah, and she was like, ee! She was so embarrassed about the whole thing. Mine's just trying to connect all the internet communities I'm in. I made it when I thought about streaming, then I realized how unsocial I could be. I would totally hang out with yours, though. Yeah, absolutely. Send it out to people. But anyway, the reason I brought that whole Denny's thing up in the first place is because probably in a few hours, I went up to get some shopping, but I didn't get all. I'm probably going to pick up some Denny's rashers and sausages. They've got them up there. Hell yeah. I didn't have enough space to carry all the stuff. Well, put it out en masse. People will link it, people will not. If you don't want certain people in on it, then do it via DMs. If you want everyone in on it, post it in Chill and places like that. People will come, people will go. And if you post it in public, again, wherever the hell you want to go, and someone you don't like goes in, just block them. You know? It's your Discord. I remember Ryby yelling at Egghead once to get his Discord together. And he's like, no one ever wants to go there at all. And she's like, you don't engage with anyone. And that's when I made mine. Or no, I got Chaos Gamer to make mine first. Holy shit. Good old Chaos Gamer. Hope they're still hanging around Evan's channel.
It's overwhelming is quite scary.
It's gonna use a lot of energy.
Alright, so I want to do that slowly real quick. Cause like, and then I could just like punch Fred straight, right? Hard straight in that.
You could.
How would you get out of that?
If someone's doing
Holmes,
a
you
flurry on
creature
you.
sounds. You're good.
You don't know.
Well, typically what I did in sparring was I would just wait until he gets tired. I just wait till he stopped.
Yeah, but I feel like then it's like
But
you just keep getting overwhelmed. Then
Yeah.
Well, all you have to think about is, what would you use it for? You're going to have watch parties? If so, let's be honest here, you're friends with so many other people. If you want to do a watch party, you could just go into... Hell, my Discord's watch server is used like once every year. And that's usually me trying to see if anyone wants to watch a live stream with me. and no one else does for the most part. So if you ever want to like watch something with someone, post it there. You ever want to have like a group chat with someone that you don't want to do on Instagram or Twitch or Twitter, you can do it there. Now, but yeah, like if you've got your own, it would be a great time. Put the invites out. If you invite, say, 10 people you know who will talk on a regular basis, that's ironically like most of Discord servers anywhere. There's usually about 10 people at any given time talking. So if they all like each other, they'll talk there. But more importantly, the community will spread. A little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there. Eventually, you won't need to put your link out everywhere. It'll happen naturally. It'll become organic. It's kind of like you don't need keeping to invest into something. Eventually, it'll start paying out on its own. It'll kickstart here, it'll kickstart there, and then it gets going on its own. That's what happened with my Discord, and while my Discord isn't the biggest, it is surprisingly one of the more active ones. Not the most active, not by far, but like I go to channels that are way bigger than mine, and their Discords are often about or even a little less as active as mine. It's crazy. Obviously right now my Discord's pretty quiet because, well, I've been doing this all week. I haven't engaged, and most people are also dealing with Christmas, you know? That's also this. Probably not the best time to start right now there, Bill, if you want feedback, but people will still add you at least, for sure. I'll add you if you put the DM, sure, I'll add you. I can't say I'm going to be on it all the time, but who knows?
Turning your head.
The only time people did that to me is if I was in a corner.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's nowhere to really go. I guess like how you gather that is you would like, you know, you would like
Kind of duck.
just like try to roll out of it, bro. But that's not. He's not going to do that. There's no corners here.
Okay, okay.
Don't do that.
Okay.
You're gonna-
I feel like it's a strong method.
Look, try to do it on
I feel like there's a strong method.
me.
Right. Right? That woke you up, didn't it? I've seen enough anime to know how this goes. And I'm in Japan, the source of all anime. Sorry, buddy, physics is physics.
Just slam me in the nose.
Did it hurt?
Gainland Landons. I was on Landons for the longest time. I just felt like I wasn't contributing to anything, so I just kind of left. I might even need to downgrade mine. Augusta, you got plenty to say, okay? Even if you are just a... I've noticed you're very good at people bouncing off you. And despite your own misgivings, you're actually very easy to talk to. So hush. Hush puppies.
A little bit.
I'm sorry.
Hopefully, if it bleeds, I'm still fighting.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were gonna walk right into me there.
That's the whole point, though, right? It's I'm glad you did it to him. Wait, what? What happened with you? Is that crying?
It's like the first time I ever like.
Oh shit, she is crying. Okay. So she came back after Chicken Andy kicked her out of Cali. She came back to DC after fucking around a little bit with Alicia and other people, and now she's on the East Coast. Now she's gone back to DC. If I'm right, her parents live in DC, and now she's being kicked out. And this was weeks ago. That explains where she is right now. But she's now saying that she wants to go back west and live with Elisa Jordana. But the thing is, Elisa will say anything. Like, Goo could make all these plans with her and then show up at Elisa's door or at least just in the city, and she'd be like, "Oh, Goo, honey, I'm sorry, it's not a good time for me." And she turns it off and she starts screaming at the woman at the Starbucks checkout. Like, I wanted heavy foam and you've given me medium? Do you know what I did to Howard Stern repeatedly? With this face. I say that, but I'm going to make an active effort next year to try to get her on the show. And you know what? I'd have her on I'd have Goo Cheese as well on Bearded Ramblings. But the thing with Goo, you'd have to bribe her. And I'm okay with that, because we've been trying to bribe Cubs. And, what's his name? Next year we're going to get the cameo from Sir Steve-O. Only 40 quid. We'll set that as a stream goal. Oh, I abandoned an art museum in Japan. Wait, did he actually break into an art museum? Was there like still artifacts all lying around? Was there still like gallery stuff all there? Or was it just like an empty building with a few plinths? Because fucking I've done that. I wouldn't do it on screen, especially in a foreign country where I didn't know the rules of like trespassing.
Outside of like DC and shit. So it's like scary for me.
Yakuza, trust me, you've got nothing to worry about the Yakuza these days. The Yakuza are a bunch of old guys who have nothing. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're probably well armed in comparison to most of the regular Japanese people, but they want to really like move past the idea of them being a bunch of like gangsters. Rather, they're gentlemen clubs and inheritors of the Japanese tradition. They've actually become hardcore Japanese nationalists. In fact, they always were hardcore Japanese nationalists. The exact same thing will happen to the mafia. I 100% believe that. If it hasn't already, the mob will be like, "Hey, Italy for Italians, Somali pieces of shit," and then they start hurling rocks at them. Almost like gangsters and fascists are interwoven. Who'd have thunk it?
It's like actually really scary for me.
Oh, Goo. Well, this was 2 weeks ago and she's doing okay. Now, I've been in this situation. I've streamed this situation. Do you remember New Jersey? I was in a bad spot. So, I'm not going to make fun of her here. She didn't know that in 2 weeks' time she'd be alive and active. But I just wonder what made her mother kick her out for. And was it something that Goo could have prevented or even not done in the first place? Because Goo does not give me the sense of benefit of the doubt, you know? It was some mansion that had art. The police pressed him after.
My computer just now.
It already did it in Kensington? What do you mean? Also, this is a good reminder that Goo is still kind of a kid. You know, she's not even like 25, is she?
It's like really scary. I know it sounds stupid, but it's like really scary for me.
I guess she always thought she could go back to DC. And she went back to DC and something happened and now she can't go back. It would be like if me in the States, when I realized I couldn't go, when I realized I was going to be homeless, that I couldn't find a homeless shelter and I couldn't find a, like a flight back.
Of the dear mate.
A bunch of old men talk like they did still date. Oh right, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, like the mob has always been kind of this right-wing organization. They might have promoted like Democrats in the '60s and shit, but not so they could have like black people and white people interracial mixing. They're like incredibly against that. They're against the idea of gay people having a lot of rights. One or two of them might go, "Hey, I don't hate gay people. I've got a friend who's gay." Like the most vague, laid back vaguity of it. But then like, what about same-sex marriage? Whoa, hey, marriage. I've got some problems with the modern day idea of marriage, but like it's between a man and a woman. God up there, it's what we do. And yes, of course, I'm channeling my Sopranos when I'm talking about this because I can't speak Italian. Just like I can't speak Yakuza. Homosexuino. Like I don't fucking know. But all these like gangsters, yeah, they all have like really. Whenever there's like an extreme left-wing gang, it's usually during the course of a revolution, and they're like raiding banks to fund the revolution. They're less about, we control the drug trade, and more about, hey, let's weaken the police force so we can raid their armory.
Turn life.
And when was the last time we really heard that happening? So yeah, it makes sense. The Yakuza are a bunch of right-wing dinosaurs with admittedly, really cool tattoos. Like Yakuza tattoos are just some of the most beautiful things. I've got a print of one. I've shown this before on stream. Hold on, it's over here somewhere. I have to also close the blind because it's getting really dark. I got this from a tattoo artist in LA who didn't know why. He thought I was another tattoo artist at first, and he asked me what dimensions I wanted, and when I said, "Oh, just the same on the website," he's like, "That's just the." He's like, "Yeah, like I want the actual picture, and I want to pay you for it because it's a really nice piece of art, and I don't want to just." Plus, I realized that like it wouldn't just go like this. It wouldn't just be like a one-to-one transition. After a while, you realize, oh shit. So sure enough, after weeks of waiting, I almost forgot it existed. He sent me this, which before the flags, that was on my wall. I fucking love it. And I was really stoned. I was really high on I was really high on shrooms once. The tail end started to move. I know the colors are all like inverted. They're actually more than inverted. This is a cool image too. It kind of looks like it looks like the Dragon Ball. The dragon. Like the Dragon Ball. Like you have 3 wishes. 3? I thought it was 1. I know. The human dragon only gave 1. Earth dragon only. The Namek dragon gave 3. Because it was the original dragon. Make chocolate chip pancakes for the boys. All the base makes them demanding. You can say no, and I hope they appreciate mommy's work. You are getting like breakfast in bed, and hanky-panky under the sheets, and early Christmas gifts in the form of little tiny boxes when you open up is like an item that you've wanted for like 2.5 years. I hope you're having a good Christmas is what I'm trying to say as well. I hope you're not just running around with like your split ends going everywhere, and occasionally if you're lucky you're pouring yourself a shaky glass of wine, like while they're playing like video games or on the computer, like I hope you're like, right, this is a group effort. You wash the vegetables, you set the table, put your foot down, and if they are, fucking great. But yeah, I do love that picture so goddamn much. I wanted it to be the first of many, but I wasn't inspired in the same way after. There's so many great pieces of art out there that it does the reverse. It's like when you have Netflix. Oh, there's millions of things to watch, there's actually nothing to watch. I could get some pancakes. That seems too heavy. And I'm gonna get like burger and chips anyway. I was thinking of a pizza. I always get a pizza when I want to think outside of the box. I'm gonna get myself a fucking burger. I can't remember the last time I just got myself a burger and chips and some chicken nuggets. That's what I'm gonna get. It'll be good. Sweet. Fantastic. Like
I
Gucci's.
don't know what to do.
You're gonna leave is what you're gonna do.
Yay, stop laughing.
Where you're gonna go is up to you. You're a grown-ass woman. I am happy to say that it looks like Captain Content is on the way out. Let's type in Captain Content and see if he's been uploading anything recently. Captain Content. Oh, and by the way, Raisin, I saw your ooh. That's a month ago. Is he playing a game? He is. I saw your message on my Sleepy Boy stream. I look back over the Sleepy Boy stream, so if you want to leave me a message in the future, do that. But you do realize that as much as I'd hate you for all of 5 seconds, I'm doing this to myself. If you are tempted to go and torment me while I'm casually and admittedly very chillily sleeping away, go and fucking do it. I won't hold it against you. Same goes for any of you. I don't feel bad. I'm doing this to myself. No one's putting a gun to the back of my head. I can fucking leave anytime I want. Look what I did today. I was going to do more gaming. I'd still be gaming right now. I could even be having a great time. Nope. This is what I want to do. I still want to stream. I still want to get this week out of the way. We've had too much of a sunk cost fallacy if we were to quit now. Fallacy. Yes, not a fallacy. Not a fallacy.
Oh my god!
Hell yeah! He looks so ugly.
So is this where we're going later? Hogan's Beach? Well, I was just curious what it looks like.
Oh, by the way, if during the evening time you suggest to someone who's out of town to go to a place that you yourself won't be there to actually like give it a directions to, do like just show them during the daytime. Like, I'll show you this place now and show how easy it is to get from bus route whatever, or this is a great place to wait out for your Uber to arrive, or all that good shit.
Oh, somebody's calling me. Wait, hold on, you guys. Somebody's calling me. I have a caller.
Because you taking this shit for granted. You go left at this bank, you go right at this abandoned building, you go left at this house, you go right at this house, and then suddenly here you are. You know, for an out-and-towner, they might vaguely know where it is. Don't helicopter them, though. Most people don't like that. Okay, let me say exactly right a few seconds behind you and be like, okay, now, you see this? This is called a stop wall. Yeah, I know what a stoplight is. Okay, so go on it. No. Wait until he's green. The little man turns green. You see? There you go.
Oh, Gonzo! Gonzo's calling! Hey, Gonzo!
Hey, listen.
What's up?
I want to let you know. Kleenex is on vibrate. Something crap about you. I wanted to let you know.
Wait, what'd you say?
Kleenex?
I was going to encourage Chris's bad behavior. Why didn't you then? You see, there's a cabal of people who are missing the point. I've gotten the last few nights, I've gotten a good night's sleep. Even if Quib donated that $1. It doesn't fucking matter. The point is, I got a good night's sleep. Is that why I tormented you with the worst interpretation of Wizard of Oz ever? No, it just helps. I loved Missy's reactions to that. She's like, what the fuck is this shit? She was so indignant at that guy. He's a fucking volunteer who's trying to put a little life into it. Was it the best? No! No! But was it something to drift off to sleep to? Well, not for her, apparently. I always remember when I was in my 20s and I dated my hot goth girlfriend. She would go to sleep listening on her iPod, just to show how long ago this shit was. Fucking Slayer on her earphones. And I'd be like only a few like inches behind her ears when I was like the big spoon. And she'd just be out like a fucking light. And I'd be there like, and she'd be like, we already just had sex. We can do something in the morning. That's not what never mind. Good night. And I'd kind of like roll over and then she'd become the big spoon. And fucking would be blaring her ears. She had a really long set of earphones. And then when I was with Lady, like she was stunned to find that I drift off to sleep by creating stories in my head. Really obscure, like detailed stories. A character who's living in that world. Not just a caricature, but a person. Having to deal with like the most mundane shit, you know? Traffic. Taxes. Watching like local news and talking about gossip. It would like, it's world building. A lot of it's set in space. Not all of it, but a lot of it's set in space. And by the time a character is like giving over his ID tags for his ship, I'm off to sleep. I tell this to her and she's kind of like, how do you focus? And I'm like, I don't focus. At a certain point, my brain just takes over. I watch like I'm watching an opening of a modern day Star Wars setting and drift off to sleep. That's how I do it. It's just, some people work different. I knew someone who worked a Rubik's Cube in their head.
About me?
Yep. Yeah.
That's,
He has been for like an hour.
and he has been for an hour? Kleenex?
Yeah, he's talking crap about me too.
You too? Why is he talking crap about you?
I don't know. He's very upset with everybody, but I just want to let you know.
You know, Gonzo, I'm starting to regret my meeting with Kleenex. I'm really starting to regret it.
Well, I'm hopefully
Such a jerk.
soon, so I'll make fun of him after I meet him.
All right, thank you. Kleenex is such a jerk. I just have to say that.
So
Wow.
I just want to let you know.
Thank you. Thank you for the alert. Okay, thank you, Gonzo. That was Gonzo.
Gonzo.
Kleenex. So this guy Kleenex, I met up with him, and I was nice enough to meet up with him. This happens a lot. So he's like an 8-year fan of mine. But yeah, great. You would think it's great. So I meet up with him.
So much passive hatred in her voice. Oh yeah. You'd think we'd be friends, but no.
It goes well. We have so much fun. And then afterwards, in Hollywood, it was great. We danced. We
Hollywood.
danced, time. And then afterwards, he talks all this shit about me on his little show. I thought he had fun. He did have fun. Lane, these people, they switch. They switch to the dark side. It always happens. It happens when you meet a lot of fans. Yeah. Did you ever experience that, Kyle?
I stay clear now.
You stay clear. You don't meet your fans?
He's not
You don't meet fans?
Oh, yeah. They're usually pretty good.
They're pretty good? They don't turn on you?
If there's jerks, then
And
we'll
you-
block.
Yeah, block, yeah. I should have blocked him. I should have.
If any of you are jerks, I'll just walk away. Like, I'm not going to make a big deal. I'm not going to... And if, you know what? If I rub you the wrong way in real life, if I'm not everything you wanted me to be, well, first of all, that's on you. It's not on me. Second of all, walk away. Seriously. Like, if I rub you the wrong way, maybe, for example, you meet me when I land at the airport. Augusta, for example. I stink. I had a terrible time through customs. There was a baby crying for the whole flight. Both flights. I didn't get a single drop of booze. My feet are killing me. I got delayed, but not so much that I didn't get there on time. Like, the weather's terrible. And, you know, I'm just a piece of shit the whole way to the hostel. Like, tell me the next morning that I was a salty sausage. Tell me over a tweet and then be like, I don't want to actually hang out with you the rest of the trip if that's what you're going to be like. And I'll be like, yeah, I don't blame you. Or if, I don't know, we just don't agree on some political issues that are like very important. I'm just saying, if we round up every single person from Portugal and put them on an island and then dropped all our nukes on the island, where are you going? I'm just saying stuff. It's not a big deal. Yeah. If conversations go that way, yeah, okay. But if I find one of you motherfuckers like has broken a bottle over someone's head, and like everyone's like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "What happened? What happened?" And you're like, "He said it wasn't pretty enough." I don't know why, but I'm thinking Missy here. I don't think Missy would do this, but she's like shaking me, going like, "You wouldn't let that shit stand, would you?" No, I wouldn't. Let me go outside and get more help for you. And I'm just gonna back out the door and just fucking run. Seriously, if you're having a bad time on the trip, just fucking go. Don't be pissy about and tell me. That's actually the key thing. Like, tell me or I'll tell you. Whether you want to hear it or not, I'll tell you. Obviously, no, there's context for this. I'm not going to be that knockoff kid, that bodies dude who showed up, who was like, you know, hey, we don't get negative on our streams. That's the rule. No, I show up, I land, I had an okay trip. You're there to meet me at the airport, and you're like, oh man, low energy. I'm so glad you got off the plane okay. There was this guy with the gun. I'm like, hey, hold on, I'm on vacation. Okay? Fuck that shit. If you're going to be gloomy this whole time, you better find a different person to hang out with there. And then I give you a kind of like a walk off. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. I might do it for like a few seconds and come back and like, I'm only fucking with you. Come on, tell me. Well, we'll sit down, we'll have a drink, and you can tell me exactly what's happening. I'm buying. Come on. And you'll sit down and be like, well, there was this guy with a gun, and okay, keep going. A big one for this one. They need it. No.
Yeah, I regretted it the first time, but I gave him another shot. I regretted meeting Kleenex the first time because he talked so much shit about me that time. And he said that I'm gross, I'm a disappointment, I have a fupa.
What? Hold on, I thought they were going to be like, I'm phony, and I use people, and I've got lizard eyes. I'm like a Barbie doll that's gained sentience, but by an evil spirit. But you know, instead they're like, she's gross and has a fupa? Were you fucking? Even if you were fucking, who the fuck says that? Unless she vomits over your fucking dick, I don't see how that's gonna be. Yeah, I'm just talking is all, right? Yeah. I really mean that too. If I'm not comfortable in the situation, I'll say so. I'll hope, and I think that you guys will respect my opinion on such. And here's the thing. If you say the same, don't be quiet about it. Raise it. raise the fucking statement. And the worst is that if I'm okay with the situation, but I don't want you to have a bad time, I'll pay for your Uber, I guess. I can still go off and have a great time. You can still go off and have a great time. I could be like trapped in a bar, just like complaining about someone, and you're like, "Hey, the show's on at 8," and I'm like, you know what? Fuck the show. I'll just rummage around in my pocket and hand you my ticket for the show, and like, first come, first served. They can give you a blumpkin. I don't care. So about another thing about the military-industrial complex. It's very bad, and no one likes it unless they're part of the problem. And then everyone stands up and collapses. Oh my, collapses. Yeah, they stand up and collapses. Oh god, my mouth is all over the place. I thought alcohol would fix it, but it is my lips. There's something off today. They're clammy. I keep saying I'm gonna get chapstick, and I don't pick up chapstick. I'm really glad I didn't go up today up to the shop. Fucking hell. He was waiting an hour to get back home. Not half an hour. But the buses were also doubly packed. Because not only were the buses packed with all the Ukrainian people and the people who normally travel, but also all the people who go down for Christmas deals. This is Christmas week after all. Next week will be almost dead in comparison.
Listen, Kleenex, you're so lucky that you met me once. You're even more lucky that you met me twice. So, just very...
Yeah, it seems like a weird angle from his point that he's complaining about her to that degree as much. I kind of feel like he had in his head this different woman that actually exists. I think this is Elisa. Anyway, you can see her. She's not exactly ugly. If he's too hooked up, congrats. What's the problem?
very, very, very ungrateful person, Kleenex. Wait, you're calling...
You're talking to Kleenex.
Hey, Kleenex.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm live with Elaine and this guy Rock, who's been in sports broadcasting for 20 years. And
what a weird flex. And I love they're doing this in the Hogan. What is it, the Hogan Hall? Is that what it's called? Hogan's hamper?
I asked the chat who they wanted me to call.
Hangout. Hogan's Hangout. Oh, fuck yeah. I hope the Hulkster gets a fucking commission on this. Actually, I hope he owns this place. It'll probably pay for all his weird tanning sessions.
I don't know, because you're really mad at me right now. I know you're doing the show, and you're talking shit about me. Why are you doing that?
I'm telling the truth.
You're telling the truth? What's the truth?
The truth is,
Ah.
I pay for fraud alerts. They put both your and Kathy's on fraud alert, and I released it as soon as I found out. And you got on stream and talked about I'm a piece of shit. Charge back. First of all,
It went everywhere.
Out of the 10, there was only 3 for you.
God! Oh my God!
Like always, I'm the horrible fucking Kleenex. I'm the worst guy on the planet. You know, you still keep telling people I broke into your fucking building. You keep telling people I said you had a fupa when it was fucking dipshit Mike on the show that said I said that. You keep fucking making me out to be this crazy, worthless son of a bitch. And if I didn't love you to death, I'd have told you fuck off and never spoke to you again years ago. But you know, I'm addicted to you like I'm addicted to fucking crack.
Dude, I've said this already. That seems like a you problem there. Elisa's is exactly what she says on the tin. 100% plastic. Okay? There's no soul back there. She's fake. There's nothing there. If you get hooked on this and then get pissed that you like the taste of plastic, then you like the taste of plastic. Own it. I imagine you'll have many fun times for views. I imagine the second the camera's off, she kind of goes like, yeah, whatever. A few minutes later, she's back on the camera. I have no life outside of this thing. I will never have a life outside of this thing. I am safe here. Alright, that's some heads. That's some fucking armchair psychology for me. That's bullshit. Like I said, I do like her, but I mean, there is a fakeness to her. I've mentioned it before. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of scary. But she's never hid who she is. That's the key thing. So if other people find this out later after meeting it,
Oh, okay. So we're having a problem. My friend Kleenex. I don't know if he's my friend actually. He's a guy named Kleenex just said, well, okay, so Kleenex, he did a chargeback on me. Somebody that.
Okay, stop lying. I paid for fraud alert with Capital One because I had some issues when I was traveling. Because it's an offshore account in Russia, it categorizes as a whole. The fraud department takes it. If I do nothing,
I'm getting the smell of crypto in the air.
contact them and release.
Elisa is one of your exes or one of the guys who scores you weed. Good friend of a guy who recently got hitched in the Bahamas. Not in terms of marriage. Alicia, you gonna tell me about how great Resolute is?
All of Capital's and all of yours. Okay, I did not call Capital One and charge back $3 or $4 worth of charges to donations to you.
Is that a blade?
Really?
Well, I heard you say that you were going to do that to Captain, and I heard you actually say that.
I heard you were going to be nice to me from now on.
Is that a candy necklace around her neck, or is that just like a generic necklace around her neck? Also, I didn't realize I got a notification, so I'm gonna check this shit out.
I am nice, Kleenex. You're not nice.
You're on telling Joey and a scumbag.
Well, you grin a lot, I'll say that much.
Well,
Still telling people I broke into your building when your building isn't a secure building. And when
I have a doorman at my building. You're not supposed to go down there.
you were ugly. You're still telling people I was on multiple podcasts and said how gross you were. You're just a person that likes
Oh shit! From Mango Jones. Hey Twitter family, if you're around the Asheville area, or Asheville area, you see my cousin, the dude picture, call the fucking cops. Don't go near him. Just call the cops. Dude is wanted for murder and is on the run. He's balding with dreads and has a Cody Wayne tattooed on his arm. Well, I'll post that up in Discord. I doubt anyone in my Discord will be able to help. But some shared options aren't available on protected tweets. What the fuck? Oh, she protected the tweet. Okay, that's fair. I'll just screen cap it and send it to the Discord. Like I don't like I want to help. I actually want to share this shit around. I doubt there's anyone watching me from that part of the States, but there you go.
Or that's really what you believe. I don't even know what it is anymore, EJ.
I didn't say anything about your look. You
Believe?
attacked.
She believes for the fucking content. She wants to be there for the big moments that make people go, oh my god, and then afterwards she's like, I know, right? That's what she's there for. I respect the hustle. In many ways, I think if you gender swapped Billy the Fridge, you get something very similar to Elisa Jordana. And I'm not even kidding about that. That's not the alcohol thinking. It's definitely not thinking it, because no thinking creature would make that mistake of saying that. It is... I really do think that Billy and Elisa are kind of like very similar creatures. There's a hustle that goes on. And it's a good hustle, But you have to understand that it's kind of like the way a stripper will say that she loves you. You know? There's a fakeness to it. I don't think I'd ever call her my friend, but she called me her friend. I thought we were friends. The fuck would you even know what a friend is? Christ. You've had them, and you've lost them, and you've gained them, and you lost them. I'll have her on my show because, well, I find her very interesting and fun. She's unlike, say, Gucci's, who's a bit of a wreck. I would go out on the day with Elisa. I would really like that. But there would be a few moments throughout the day where it would be like, okay. Like, I'd kind of like look away, and she's like, I'm just saying, like, you know, this person is a, and then she, I don't know, uses a slur, or this other third, no, not her. A third person that she'd bring in would act that, and she's like, oh, I didn't realize that he was an anti-Semite. Oh, I didn't realize his stance on black people. If you could even call them people, you know, that's not very nice. You're right. It's not very nice.
My looks.
Hey, I know I'm ugly and fat, and you make sure to zoom in on my ass when I was talking to people in Hollywood. You know I'm fat and ugly, but you know what?
Ooh, Kleenex, that's kind of a you. Again, that's a you issue. Brother in Christ, I get the angle, but she's actually doesn't seem to be doing that much in the way of a problem. And this is content for her. In her mind now, she's got like another enemy added to the list.
40, I was still hot. I didn't stay hot. When I was 50, I got fat, fucking old and ugly. Oh well, shit happens. I'm almost 62. Oh, am I supposed to be like fucking goddamn Burt Reynolds and never age? Oh.
I love how he used Burt Reynolds fucking aged. He was the inspiration for fucking this scene from The Simpsons. Why is that one Muppet made of leather? You know? Back in the day, every woman and every woman's fucking extended family wanted Burt Reynolds. As the years went on, time wasn't the best to him. Both financially and physically. I mean, look at David Hasselhoff at his prime. I don't think of that many women outside of Germany who wanted to fuck David Hasselhoff. But you can't argue, like, he took care of his body. He was built. David Hasselhoff, 2022. Actually, no, in his case, he's aged pretty good. I haven't seen a fairly yeah, okay. There's a great example. No, he's aged pretty alright. Yeah, solid. I don't see him without a shirt on. He might have a little bit of a gut, but who cares? What Kleenex was saying earlier, yeah. Only difference is she didn't really make much of a big deal about, well, I don't know.
By the way, he aged too, didn't he?
He did.
I just think you're lying because I know.
I think you are a liar. I don't think. I know. I just got through telling you over and over. I pay for fraud charges. And why are you so upset for 3 charges at $3 a pop? At $15, you spend more on your damn rooms and your goddamn clothes than most people spend in a fucking year.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, this is not what I wanted, but I'm still gonna stream it.
And then you complain about the money you spent. I spent $25,000 on my my trip. Did I complain about it?
Wait, why do you guys have beer?
I deserved it. I had fun. You complain about all the money you spent.
That is such a powerful woman.
Wait, hold on. Can you talk to this guy Kleenex for a second while I get my drink? Hold on. I'm
He
gonna
would
put...
probably rather talk.
That is such. Oh my god, I love this. That is such a woman power that men don't have in social settings. Where women kind of like, wow, yeah, I'm gonna pass you off over here. And like, oh wow, okay, that's wow. Like a guy does that, and you're basically like some fucking like noble on top of a steed going, indeed, quite. But I love this. Like, she's like, you want to talk to this guy? And he's like, no. I don't know who you are. I don't know the context of this. I don't need to get involved as a third party. Leave me the fuck alone.
To a girl.
No. This is Rock. Rock's gonna help. No, Rock, can you help?
Yeah, no.
Bastard that's got nothing to lose. You really think you're gonna win this fight?
Elisa seems to have the worst fucking streams. Oh my god. Oh, I want her on my show so badly because I want her to actually have a good stream. She'll be like, wow, that was kind of boring. And I'm like, yeah. Aren't you glad that shit didn't happen? You know what I mean? We introduced you to Ordinary Sausage and Buff Corell. Actually, you probably might know who those people are.
There's no mud slides here. I think they're live. He doesn't want to. Oh, what would you like? You can make me a mud slide? Oh, I love that.
Oh my god, I'd love that. Mississippi mudslide.
Okay. You want to make your call now? Yeah. When I hear his voice, when I hear
Anonymous
Andy on
sent
the phone,
$5. Listen to this clip of copy from yesterday and respond.
She said that you put your RV in front of her work or something, and she got fired because of it.
Did she actually say that?
Yeah, it was this morning. She was live.
Interesting.
Is it true or not?
Well, I don't know why she got fired exactly. I have no idea. You want me to comment on that? She asked me to park my RV there, you know.
Yeah, she said that the RV was in front of a workplace.
Yeah, well, not really, but she told me to park the RV there. So in any case, you know, it would be her fault.
All right, that's all. I just was curious because I hadn't heard that before.
Oh, she was trying to blame it on me. She's a hypocritical cunt. That's all I'm saying.
No, she said, well, she left that part out that you just told us. So I
Right.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Have a good day out
Of
there.
course.
The well-established divorced mom and the newly established divorced mom are now going to go out on the biggest binge of their lives and hook up with a young up-and-coming low energy. I'm not even fucking kidding. I can't imagine half the stories that have led the women to end up in their fucking shoes on the night where they see me walking into the bar and went like, yeah, I want some of that Irish potato. And I'm like, alcohol, please. And they're like, oh, women. The same. Nothing has changed. The dynamic will always stay the same. I always like that line from Kellogg from Fallout 4. There was always a job, there was always a bar. Drop the job part. There's always a trip, there's always a bar. And occasionally there's a woman.
She left that part out, of course. She's got selective Xanax impaired memory. Okay, I'm just saying, you know. Oh man, they took the place already. I knew it. Numerous times to park there and shit, right. She's got a hard time sometimes. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what she said exactly, but I could see her like being like happy. It's Kathy's fault they got fired.
Oh, really?
She's such
I
a
know.
good lady.
I'm really upset with my filter right now. I had a great filter. I had a great filter on, and now it's like not that good. So hold on.
Her whole priority is just being like, I'm going to dismiss you by not paying attention. That, for the record, works with people like Honest Red. Whenever you want to dismiss Honest Red, you just ignore him. You don't even engage in him. Like, if there was a door where he was trying to block, you would literally walk through him. That's how you do it, because he's a narcissist. So you kind of like just show him how little he's actually worth. Elise is doing this in a different way, though, at a different time.
The lighting changes. It sucks. Okay. All right. Okay. So I will respond to that. I didn't say that. So that caller, you know, you can't believe like every caller that calls in, like, because they like exaggerate things, they twist it. So that caller that was calling him. By the way, you got the idea to take the caller from me, by the way. But
You know what I'd love? I'd love an interview with Howard talking about Elisa. Like, what do you think about Elisa? Oh, she's a great girl. I mean, it's just, you know, he thinks wrong with her.
The caller that was calling in twisted it to make me sound as bad as possible, but he didn't have to take the bait and call me like a cunt. So he took the bait.
He did take the bait, in all fairness. Yeah, that's what I was saying. And on top of it all, why are you shocked? If you had already established who Elisa is, then you know who she is. I'm going to bring her on knowing exactly who she is. Friendly, polite, smiling, fun. She's very fun. And will sell you out for half a cigarette. I'm very chill right now. I'm just a Bill. Yeah, I'm always a Bill. I have to say, that NSJS song from Twitch might have to go. Oh, dude, I'd get copyright claimed. I can't. But I gotta save it for later. No, well, I'll come back to it. It's gonna become popular or it's not. I really wish I could watch it. James Lee worked with Critical to make the song I sang this morning. Put the pants on, one nipple at a time, one nipple at a time, one nipple at a time. Hell yeah! The world building of Iron Harvest. That's very cool. That's a great channel. That's a great. Well, great channel. I mean, obviously, but great. Great video. Trying to think, what should we watch now? Anyone got any suggestions? Anyone got any maybes? Maybes for you all? Oh shit. Very stupid of me. I'll correct fairly quickly. Oh, you updated after 4 hours. Okay. Not rage quits, but walks off. Yeah, walks off stream. Wait, what? Disturbing aftermath.
Hello guys, so before I start this video, viewer discretion advised, and
Smash God XXX beats girlfriend on stream, disturbing aftermath. Okay, I gotta find out about this guy before we continue. Oh, abuse Twitch. Oh shit. Banned after demo. Okay, okay, so I guess this is legit.
all the clips that I have in this video is all credit to Violators. He was the guy who put on Reddit in the first place and made aware of what was going on. So kudos to that guy.
Yeah, kudos to that dude. Focus on that and nothing else.
Here for a second. I need to talk to Chad without you. Just
It seems fake,
I'll open the door.
right? No, okay, that was less.
Please, leave my stream and me alone. Get out, please.
Why is he talking?
No, I'm not. But
Alright. Right off the bat, there's something I think could be legit and could be not, right? And it was... Listen to how he talks. I know immediately you could say like, oh, English isn't his natural language. But I mean, just listen.
without you. Just get out. I'll open the door for you. Just please. Please. Leave my stream and me alone. Get out, please.
Why are you telling on me now?
No, I'm not. But I need to talk to Chad without you here. This is serious. If I want to keep beers, you gotta go out. Just please.
What I thought made it more realistic was just the way he got up. The way he got up was like there was almost a tension behind it. So...
Why are you acting like that? Why are you acting like that? For real. Don't come at me like you know everything.
I
You don't know
know
shit.
anything.
Exactly, so keep your mouth shut. You don't know shit. Bring me my beer. My beer's right there in the living room, actually.
I'm not fucking your maid, okay?
Okay, hold on. This is a year ago and I haven't heard a damn thing about it. Unless this, I remember it and I've just I forgot it, but... So this is real. Holy fuck, this is real. It's so wooden and stilted. Does anyone else remember this? A Twitch streamer with over 11,000 followers has been accused of beating his girlfriend on stream after clip surfaces where he denies slapping her. But screams of thumps can be heard. Smash God XXX channel has now been banned. The streamer, who goes by Smash God XXX, is seen asks his girlfriend to leave the room. Ignored him, she turns the camera to the side and audible slaps can be heard. On the initial clip, the streamer and his girlfriend both addressed the claims made viewers about the incident, suggested viewers may make it a big deal. It wasn't even a slap, it's just literally like a slash. What does that mean? The stream continually blames his girlfriend, it's on her. Acts of content, honestly I try my best. PC, this isn't to blame. Wasn't a serious incident, it's abuse. It looks like the internet thinks this is real. So I guess I guess it is. Shit. Like it just seems this isn't how domestic abuse goes in my memory. Domestic abuse goes in a very different way. And this is domestic abuse we're about to watch here. So yeah, this is genuine, like the discretion is advised, you know? So he gets up, turns around, and this is where it happens.
To give more context after what happened in this clip, after that, he muted Mike and cut the video off for like 5 minutes. And then he came back, everything was fine apparently, nothing happened, and then all of a sudden, the people from LSF started coming in the chat and started accusing him of beating his girlfriend. Then he started thinking how weird it was on why they would think that, even though it was kind of weird on what happened.
That seems like a very logical. Even if this was a fucking bit or a joke they were playing, it's in really fucked up taste. So
happened, and then he proceeded to end stream. Now after that, he came back. I don't know why, but he came back. And clear, I feel like he was definitely intoxicated. There's no way. He's speaking weird.
look at his eyes, they're fucking huge.
He then came back online. Don't know why. He got his girlfriend. His girlfriend came back in the room. He looked stressed.
Now, if this wasn't legit, the music doesn't help. But the thing is that, like, it seems everyone kind of agrees. What I'm more shocked about is that no one brought this up prior. Did Critical not do a thing on this? This seems like something that Charlie would jump on board to destroy, you know? The truth. Moist. Okay.
And started talking about like, tell him that I was gonna beat you. And she said no, she didn't beat me.
Obviously, me and my girls over here together, all good as shit.
But this is too much. Like, stop making up the stories. It's just so annoying. Just don't lie. Can you just don't lie?
Easier said than done, huh?
But then, as minutes pass, you see her, Jess, the girl, you see her starting to cry. And she was literally fine a minute ago. And she just started crying.
Remember that whole idea about castration and cutting their hands off and sending them to the quarry?
That does not sound
It's starting to sound good.
And then he proceeded to blame her and the chat.
I don't think. Yeah, it is. You caused this. It's kind of your fault. Can't say it's mine. I just try to chill. I just try to chill.
Jesus Christ.
One of the girls in the house just grabbed the camera and just walked out. So to end this video off, we are going to end it by making a compilation of all the creepy and suspicious...
There's no need. Like, he's been banned from Twitch and shit like that. It was a year ago and nobody fucking made a big deal about it at all. Let's watch something more positive, because that was really fucking sad. Also, we got 2. The back rooms, hell yeah.
Can I open my eyes yet?
No, not yet. We're almost there.
You're not breaking me.
This is the spin-off of the SCP Foundation. If you don't know what that is, that's fair. If you've ever played the game Control or watched Vortigaunt's channel, or Vortigaunt's channel, you know what the SCP Foundation is. Well, the back rooms are a different, in the same universe. They're like this infinite expanding universe, and the SCP send people in to catalog it, and it gets weirder and weirder as they go in. So they found one that's a theme park.
Me again, are you?
Okay, you can open your eyes now.
Whoa.
Liminal Land.
Yep, tickets were on sale, so really cheap. Still gotta pay you back though.
And like everyone in it is like another like explorer.
Man, I hate clowns. Well, I don't want any trouble.
Nice throw.
That was fun.
Wow.
Hey, you wanna go on a... Oh, wait up.
It's taking forever. They're not even moving.
Everyone moves very weird in the liminal rooms. They all kind of like...
You're not claustrophobic, right? We stay here till everyone leaves.
You are a genius.
Why would their night matter?
Hey, come on.
Okay.
You just have to like suspend your disbelief.
Good luck.
A mystery applies. Oh shit, oh shit.
It's nice, but I don't think it's my birthday anymore.
Ah, it's a cake's a cake.
It's your birthday.
Right?
Wow! PlayStation 2 technology. Actually, who am I kidding? This would be this is like Windows 98 technology. Even Windows XP.
Is that an elf?
That's an elf.
Little elf, don't touch that, please. Oh, there he goes.
They're not even trying to explore anymore. They're just kind of seeing what the fuck's happening.
I think it's time to leave.
Yeah, they don't like people staying after hours.
Crap. It's locked. Get in there.
No! Spindly John! No! Oh. Spindly John, no! I thought we were friends! Ooh, I wonder if I can get him for 20 tickets. Yeah, I love that. I love that shit.
This episode is brought to you by Cash App. When your personal finances connect you to your funds and the stuff that matters, that's money, and that's Cash App. You know what else is money? Sundays so big you gotta eat them with a big spoon, ice cream without a machine, and custom novelty pizza box makers. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store today to add your cash tag to the 80 million.
What a goddamn worthless piece of tech. Custom novelty pizza box makers. Like Little Tony's Big Pizzas, you know, like, hey, I'm Little Tony, come down to my pizza place. I'm gonna give you a big pizza. Don't let my size fool you. Our pizzas are great, but you know what is small? Our prices. Because we're here to make sure you get the best value for your money. Little Tony's Pizzas. It's by the hog rendering plant. This is being sponsored by the Bayonne Ministry of Commerce.
You want to order me a plain cheese?
Well, yeah, we did. But if you want any, somebody's gonna have to barf it all up, because it's gone.
Bless this highly nutritious microwavable macaroni and cheese dinner, and the people who sold it on sale. Amen. Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
Hey, what's up,
I hated his family. His Malcolm's family fucking sucked. They were all the most unlikable pieces of horse shit. Like, I get that they were meant to be shown to be incredibly, like, vapid and, like, focused on themselves. They don't care. But, I mean, the parents, that makes the most sense. The older kids... Like the older kids, the other adults, like, it was just, no. By the way, their house, last time I checked, was on sale for 1.2 million. The actual house, like the McAllister house. They're clearly doing well for themselves. I mean, what's his dad, like a fucking stockbroker, a fucking senator? What's going on? You're a bougie.
Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're taking a look at the foods from Home Alone, for which you might notice I'm championing a blender. I want to make these recipes as easy and family-friendly as possible, and the blender represents numerous opportunities for shortcuts and even improvements in all three of these recipes. First up for the pizza, maybe the most obvious one, a quick pizza sauce. 14-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes, 2 cloves of garlic, half teaspoon dried basil, 1 teaspoon dried oregano, and a generous pinch of kosher salt. Blend on medium speed for 15 to 30 seconds until smooth with a little bit of texture. From here you could cook this for about 30 minutes if you wanted to mellow out the flavors, but I like my pizza sauce to do the cooking in the oven. Next up, the dough, and you might be surprised to see me with a package of store-bought pizza dough, because if you're anything like me, for your entire life you've labored under the delusion that store-bought pizza dough is awful. To explain why, I'm going to perform a recreation of how I would make pizza dough back.
You can get a pizza base, pre-made, everything ready to go here for €1. You can even for €1.50 or sometimes less than €1. If Tesco's is up for it, it's all frozen, of course. Give you the pizza dough with a little bit of garlic sauce poured on top. Which, by the way, makes it just garlic bread on its own. You don't need to add anything. You've got yourself garlic bread there for €1. But there's no point, because you can get yourself a baguette of garlic bread up in Tesco's for like 70 cents. I hope you like motherfucking bloat. Seriously, if you ever like have to just feel full for the rest of the day. No one talks about this enough. Just get some garlic bread. No, I take it back. One of the only times I will ever agree with the movie I can't stand as much as I do. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I cannot stand that movie. I think that it is a poncy, muley, little sort of movie. Perhaps it's my remainder of what's left of my right-wingness coalesce into this little nugget. This little nugget of bullshit that's in my chest. But I see these fucking, like, scringly, scrongly motherfuckers, men and women alike, and I'm like, oh, for God's sake, some of these were in their fucking 20s when this was recorded. What the fuck? But there's a scene in it I 100% agree with. They're eating garlic bread. He says, I love garlic bread. I could eat garlic bread all day. There's no point. I shouldn't. It's not even fattening. And she's like, yeah, it's fattening. You'll get really fat if you eat garlic bread all day. He's like, really? Yeah, garlic bread. I don't know, you know what? I'll say it now. I do not appreciate... No! My old card has arrived in the mail. I gotta be full screen for this. I don't like the styles of kids today. They don't look good. The girls can always wear whatever the fuck they want. The guys, and this is entirely hypocritical. I look at some of this shit like male teen styles 2022. They look so punchable. Oh, I gotta be careful there's no nudity going on here. Some of them look so punchable to me. They look scrawny and shit. Now, this motherfucker, he reminds me of Elliot Rodgers. Like, he does. The hair, I don't like the hair that they got these days. It's just, I would have hated growing up at this time. Hell, I probably wouldn't have lasted, honestly. I like his jean jacket. Those jeans, though, stupid. Why did I have a cut in them? You know why in the 90s you saw kids? Back in my day, I guess I'm doing that, Augusta. I guess I am. We all have to become our parents one day. Like, you in the 90s, or if anyone watching who's a little bit older, the 80s, or hell, if you really want to get like the fucking 70s, being like, back in my day, yes, we all do become our parents. But like, you know why the scrangly jeans existed? You know that, right? Like, the whole reason, like, the jeans with the holes in them, they're not even jeans. They're like fucking, like, slacks. They're work slacks. Shit like this, right? This shit was not a fashion choice. Exhibit A. It was shit like this, right? Here's Brad Pitt in Thelma and Louise. You know why his jeans look a little bit dirty and he looks a little bit unkempt? Although his shirt looks so fucking clean. Oh my god. Did he literally just take this out of the dryer? What the... Why is his jeans so dirty? Like that dirty, so like worn. And he's packing. He's fucking packing. Look at that shit. Get Raisin back in here. We are looking at Brad Pitt's goddamn cock. Oh, put the word out. We're looking at Brad Pitt's cock. But look at this shit. For starters, packing. Or at least it's shot in a way to make it seem... How would that even work? Is he erect right now and the pants are the only thing holding in it? Because for starters, that's a cool looking belt. Maybe it's doing the job. I could never wear white, right? And when was the last time any whites looked this white, right? But look at his jeans. His jeans have seen the sun. They have been bombarded with years of dust and grime and little tiny rocks and stains and all that shit. This shit was the birth of it. That and of course the Diet Coke ads. Wait. No. That's not who I think it is. Cracking open a can.
Diet Coke break. Diet Coke break. I don't want you.
Gotta mute it, of course. We all know the song. Is that... No, it's not. I thought that dude was the same dude who played Mark Antony in Rome. He's in tons of other stuff too these days. This, for starters, I'm all for women getting representation of sex appeal. They want to watch this motherfucker. Or do you remember the Wrigley's ad from back in the day? It's like, sexy guy bus. Let's see if this is the right one. Oh, if he was sexy. Hold on. I don't think he was. I had this memory of a bus ride during like the West. And it's literally called The Westerner, right? But like he sits down in a bus and he takes out a stick of gum and he literally has a cowboy hat on. Not like Texas Pete over here, but like he was just like he was like a clearly a ranch hand hopping on the bus, and the girl was like, wow. And it's shot like a Hallmark movie. There's like a lot of very soft lighting and shit. But I remember this ad too. Yeah, yeah, I remember. To me, I think this ads like this got the start of like Americana on me. Like you guys had just won the Cold War and yeah. Yes, no, this is the ad where she breaks it in half. He is so preeming Peacock. There is no way. He's bisexual. I'm calling it now. He's bisexual. Hell, she could be bisexual, but she can fucking live any life she wants. Guys, when they're bi, they tend to be like, yeah. Oh, damn. Meanwhile, here's me, age 70, after I finally fucking move out. I think I'll succeed in life if you find me in Good Springs as Easy Pete number 8. I'll literally legally change my name. There's always been an Easy Pete ever since the early 2000s. We forgot why. I'll be the last generation that remembers why. But I'm not gonna tell them. I think it's better if they come up with their own stories. Howdy, what can Easy Pete do for you? Yeah. Oh, sweet love to you, sweet love to you. Yeah. Oh, for God's sake. She'd have had to get that just so perfectly close, right? I'm trying to remember. Yeah. So, teen culture, right? Like, that jean sort of look, that ripped up jean aesthetic, came from the idea of, like, poor people who were they were too poor, frankly, to be, like, fucking... They were working all the time. And they were working in really, like, hard, like, manual labor jobs. That they didn't have the luxury of changing their clothes. And now, media, since the 90s anyway, media took that as like, yeah, isn't that sexy? Because I guarantee you they had like a means audience who was like, I like a guy who's really unkempt, you know, like a slightly dirty t-shirt and ripped jeans. Boom! An entire generation was born. And now, a whole new generation of this shit has come out. Like... Don't get me wrong. There's some pluses to it. I'm all for Goblin Drip, for example. For real, are you even bussing? Oh, the Supreme coat. What the fuck was even that all about? The Supreme... Like, do you remember when they really tried to press this on as to be like, this is what kids are going to wear? Air Jordans, they were not. Reebok, they were not. Most kids will wear what they find in a fucking Goodwill or in a fucking bargain basement. They don't have a lot of money. Yeah, but what about the influencers? What about the influencers? What about the influencers? They're 1% of 1%. Square Eam. That's kind of good. I like that. There's something both old and new about it. I don't know. It's just like fat. What are kids wearing these days? Literally, like, what are kids wearing these days? Now, obviously, it's all biased. Like, this is some fucking rich kid right here. Maybe even like a child model. No, that's 70s wear. I don't think you understand. Like, kids these days, where are they wearing? Are they wearing this? Or is this some fucking Portland crypto bro posting their kids' latest whims? Because then it will be... It's like that scene from Devil Wears Prada. It knocks down and knocks down and knocks down. Like, fashion goes down to fashion, goes down to fashion. It's that Chanel dress that Marge Simpson found. There's just... When I was a kid... Irish kids... in the 90s style. It was mostly based off what was available. I'm looking for me right here, by the way. I saw one or two people dress shit like this, but you never saw anyone dressed like this. Extravision! Yeah! Okay, that's them all wearing matching outfits. That doesn't count. That's them in uniform. Like, that's like 1930 something by the looks of it. Yeah, I'd be like Saved by the Bell. Look at all the fucking pastels and weird geometric shapes. Back in the 90s, geometric shapes and pastels were all the rage. They were. They really were. There was even jokes about it back then. I mean, look at Zig and Zag here, who I've mentioned before, were rather important in Irish culture. As was this image right here. Fuck yeah, Extravision. I had the Fruit Pastilles present Extravision Extravision Kids Club card. And it got you... Yeah, this was your membership card. Because back in the day, you needed a membership if you wanted to rent it, unless you wanted to pay premium. You had to pay extra, because there was no guarantee that you would return with the tape. And then later on, the DVD. I think I was in that one in particular. Not, that wasn't my local. My local was up in Swords. Have 2 DVDs and a game for a weekend. Oh, motherfucker. It went... Chartbusters was a game changer. Oh my god, they just had better and more. The Extravision call card. Oh my god, yes. You go into a public telephone booth, like an actual, like, a real life, like, phone booth, and use that to pay it off. But if you use their one, you'd get percentages off you next time you went in to order your membership card. But I had one that was laminated, and it was this, but it had like fruit pastilles on the front of it. No? What's Extravision card? I don't know if Blockbuster... Did Blockbuster have something similar? Because I thought Extravision just copied them whole cloth. Chartbusters didn't even try. That's a pretty... That's a pretty late era Extravision. That's in Dublin, is it? Wow. Theater's getting increasingly sadder. The Extravision blocks. Oh god. Super value. They added center at the bottom, and you could do things like... They were desperate to keep open, so you get things like... You could buy consoles... Because back in the day, you could rent VHSs, but you couldn't buy them. Temporarily closed, huh? Temporarily closed. I think it's been temporarily closed for a while now. Where's the nearest one to me? Athlone. Is that Athlone, is it? Oh, Roscommon. Well, it is only a county away, technically. They probably had one in Carrick. Carrick was pretty damn big. No, Now, I've been inside Blockbusters as they were dying off. When I was there in the late 2000s, 2009, she's actually appeared a few times in chat. I forget her name. I know her name, but I don't want to dox her, so... Oh, Dork with a Dagger. That's her name. She, her mom at the time was still working. She had retired from her actual, like, job, but found her life boring, so she picked up a job in Extravision. Not Extravision. That happens in Ireland, too, back in the day. Hell, there was one in Carrick who had videotapes, who was also a barber, and a pretty damn good barber too. Barber was his first passion, movies was his second. So you would go in and you'd get a trim, and then afterwards you could pick up a few movies for the road. Tapes. He only had a handful of DVDs. He just couldn't compete in the grand scheme of things. So the only times I ever went into him, they were the last few days before they closed up. Makes me feel really sad. Like, and on top of it all, they were quite old. They're probably dead now. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Not only did I went on one hell of a tangent because we were talking about pizza dough, but now I feel sad and old.
High school. In other words,
alcohol? Why? Thank you so much.
Roll out the cold dough into a vaguely pizza-like shape. Maybe spray down a cookie sheet with non-stick spray if you're an overachiever. Abandon the traditional circular shape of pizza for a more rectangular, I need to make it fit on the tray kind of shape. Give it a smear down with some jarred pizza sauce and a generous sprinkling of pre-grated low-moisture mozzarella, part skim for health. Then into a preheated 400-degree Fahrenheit oven, this guy goes for an indeterminate amount of time until the cheese is deeply browned.
Hell, I could end the stream right now. What a hell of a weird stream if that was the case. I'll go until 6, and then I'll do an IRL stream on the phone.
And the crust is pale and flabby. Now at this point, if the crust wasn't glued to the bottom of the tray, it would look like this. Then it gets subdivided into more manageable pieces by virtue of a wheeled blade, and then, depending on hunger levels, eaten. And this would end up tasting exactly like school pizza, that is to say, not pizza at all. So I would go on to...
Yeah, you'd be like, oh boy, pizza, and then years later you'd try it and be like, I can do better. Good! That is a good answer. You can do better? Explain. And they're like, well, for starters, I've got to get the dough, and I'm going to go on. Then I get a different sauce, and go on. Then I get a different cheese, and cook it at a different temperature, and then I'd go on. And then I'm going to add some toppings of what sort of toppings that you've never seen in fast food before, but you want to try? And then they say it, and they try it, and it's fucking disgusting. And you know what? It doesn't turn them off. That's the motherfucker you need to pay attention to. Because they have a passion.
Make two assumptions. Store-bought pizza crust is bad, and I'm bad at making pizza. Now, while the directions on the back of the bag might be horrible, if you look at the ingredients, you'll see that it's just flour, salt, water, yeast, and sugar. The same stuff you'd use at home. Then, once you buy it, you can refrigerate it for up to 5 days to cold ferment it and improve its flavor. Once you're ready to make a pie, we're going to pretend that we just made this dough ourselves, stretching it into a taut ball for proofing.
The people who buy pre-made pizza dough are under the assumption, like, the whole point of it is that you're going to make a pizza already. And for the record, the Tesco ones look so much better than that nightmare he just presented there. That looked like that looked like pottery clay. Like, it looked so bland. But, he, like, as he said, like, you change it and it'll obviously change the quality of it. You just linger it. Brilliant. So next time you pick up pizza dough, do that. The thing is, when I get like the pre-made pizza dough, I actually preferred making my own, almost bruschetta sort of things. Less pizza, more, you know, everything on top of like a baguette. Kind of like the baguette I ate earlier. a little better than the ones I just ate because A, they're frozen, and B, there's so much bread. Cut the bread out, make it into a trencher. But don't do it too much. Cut half the bread out. Scrape out half the bread. Ooh, scrape out half the bread, lay it back out on top, and then add one final layer of a flavor. Particularly a flavor you want to taste first. Damn. A little bit extra work, but you could make that work easily. Like, the ones I get are way better than the things he got. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, but people who buy this shit are under the, like, you've entered into a contract, basically. I'm very short of time and I'm very short of money. And they're like, here you go. Here's the pizza dough. But you wait a little while longer, boom. But they never expected to do that, so.
And shaping. Each of these bags of dough is 1 pound or about 450 grams, which is a solid weight for a big old 14 to 16 inch pizza. Once everything's balled up, I'm placing them in a generously floured covered container for anywhere from 1 to 2 hours depending on the temperature of your kitchen until grown in size by about 50%. Then to roll it out, I'm going to use the technique I learned from Mark Iacono, that is to roll it in 2 directions, leaving a sort of hump in the center of the dough. Then rotate the dough 90 degrees and roll out the hump into an even circle. But rolling is really only a good start for pizza dough. Ideally, you want it to be stretched. So once we get it out into a relatively even round, it's time to start passing it knuckle over knuckle, gently stretching it ever wider and trying to keep it even throughout. There might be a slight bump around the outside where the crust is going to go, but for the most part, the crust is going to rise of its own volition. Once stretched out as thin as humanly possible, we're placing it on a generously floured pizza peel, applying a thin veneer of sauce. There's nothing I can't stand more than an oversauced pizza, and a generous sprinkling of freshly grated, low moisture, full fat mozzarella. Now you can max out your oven with a pizza stone in it, preheating it for a full hour before baking, but this being a New York style pizza, it prefers a comparatively sweltering 700 degrees Fahrenheit, much more easily and safely achieved in an uni pizza oven. After anywhere from
Hell yeah. I love that thing, but it is so, again, very bougie. Oh, it's only $700. Oh, only $700, is it?
7 minutes, with several rotations to ensure even crust and cheese browning. You should end up with a
Yeah,
really
don't just,
solid
even if it's like edible, don't just leave a pizza there. Like, if you're putting it into a pizza oven, you're gonna take the extra step. Like, put a deck chair out in front of it. Look at your phone from time to time, crack yourself open a beer, but keep your eye on it. Every 10 minutes or so, poke your head up. 5 minutes or so, poke your head up. That giant glass door, that window exists for a reason.
New York style
Don't get
pizza
lazy.
made out of a dough that I thought was inherently horrible, but like most things in life, just requires a little love to be its best self. Now, while
Exactly.
making pizza in the rain might not have been very fun, the cold and humidity made for a perfect environment for recreating the irrepressible Rob Schneider's steamy
Little Nero's Pizza.
pizza reveal in Home Alone 2.
McAllister, let me present you with your very own cheese pizza.
Rob Schneider, derp da derp da derp da derp. Hey, I make more money than you.
Did it steam?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
There was a big plume.
That's just like the movie.
Now, I definitely overcheesed this guy.
Well, yeah, they filmed in fucking like February or March for the movie. It was very cold in New York. They shot on scene. Why do you think they got Trump in? They got Trump in because in the 80s and 90s, Trump was not New York, but he was a part of what New York was. Which was to say, a whole lot of building and a whole lot of people who were needed to build the things.
Added more cheese before pulling it out.
In 2000, New York took on for the first 10 years, hell, for the first 5 years, New York took on a very different tone. Nowadays, well, when I was staying in New York last, there's plenty of work to be done in New York for sure. Mostly, New York seems to be a places of extremes. Augusta, you again would trump me on this, but the gentrification of New York is pushing people who are not making, let's be honest here, Babish level money kind of out of the city. Rob Schneider is a carrot. Ah, there you are. Well, the answer's that. But like, You live in New York? Oh, what? You live in Manhattan? Fuck off. You don't live in Manhattan. You live like 14 stops away. And someone will go, that's a good commute every day. Where do you live? I live in this little town called Boston. What am I saying? Boston's expensive too. Philly. Yeah. Raisin commutes to work every day to New York, to Manhattan. 2 hours! It's fucking doable! Oh my god, there are people who do that. I don't even need to ask. There are people, because it happens in Ireland. There are people who wake up every morning in Sligo town and grab the very first train and go all the way into Dublin. 2 hours from one side of the island all the way to the other.
Out of the oven and paid for it when I tried to retrieve it.
Is that a good commute? No! It's a bad commute. Now, add a fucking car.
Slice. Bottom was beautifully blistered. The crust had a nice chew to it. Overall, it's a surprisingly great way to make pizza last minute. Now, before we get off the subject of pizza, even though it's...
Well, I wouldn't say last minute. You had to keep the fucking pizza dough in it for hours. Boston is... Yeah, that's why I went to Philly instead. I went north when I should have gone south. Buffalo also wouldn't be terrible. But it would be too! Oh, for God's sake, there's... Like, you commute, you go here, you go there, you go here, you go there. Like, for God's sake, if you work in Manhattan, you better have the justification for it. And no, having a fucking, like, Starbucks tag does not justify it. Starbucks should at least go, here, we'll cover your train. Like, your train commute, at the very least. We'll add that into it. Of course they don't. And before you say, oh, but a commute's only it adds up. It's why I always praise my government for doing something right. I've got free travel. I've had free travel since I was 16. You know, anywhere in this island for free. Within practical reasons. I would say more than Philly. Massachusetts is as bad as NP. So, Baltimore. Does that mean... No, that makes no sense. No one wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning and grabs the train and gets to their office in New York at like 9. And I mean New York, you know, New York. Like, that seems like a hellscape. Because the only way you could do it on time is either by plane or by fucking train, which, while doable, if the money's that good, just move closer. Do the prices really jump that much when you go north of DC? Wait, what was I saying? Baltimore's north of DC. South of DC is Richmond. I was mixing up the Richmond. All right, let's say Richmond. Yeah, let's say Richmond. You wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning in Richmond. And, yeah, no. Great crab cakes in Baltimore. Yeah, I imagine there is. I hear there's a lot of really cool, like, dives in Baltimore. Really cool, like, a really cool underground scene because it doesn't have the air of the other cities. Boston, as you well point out, is rich as fuck. Even though it's the trashiest city on the fucking East Coast. And yes, I included Atlantic City in that. Fight me. And a Bostonian will be like, yeah, I'll fight you. That's the Irish blood in them. But and Bayonne doesn't count as a city, not by American standards. It would count as a colossal city. And I always mention Bayonne because I was there for a day and it always stuck out with me. Russian hookers, piles of trash. I saw a fucking goose fighting with well, not a squirrel, a fucking cat. Well, it was this one scene as we drove by. I was like, Wah! I was like, what the? Okay.
Never mentioned in Home Alone, I want to see how this dough performed in the lesser-known Chicago-style thin-crust bar pizza.
When I went to the to stay in New Jersey on the Doom trip, I got off the train 2 stops too early. So when I hopped out and I was looking around, I had to walk this tremendous distance. Well, tremendous by American standards, sure, because there's no fucking pathways. But I eventually found myself. But I passed piles of trash and a bunch of angry fucking geese. And flashback, understatement. People who work in OSA travel to North Street. Yeah, that's what was like when I was there. Everyone was in New Jersey or New York State. I mean, you've got the area north of is it Battery Park? Like really high up on the New York map. Because I've seen how Babish lives, for example. He's in a fucking high-rise in the middle of like Midtown. Like, he's doing alright for himself. Meanwhile, Augusta and Asterios, who is, for the record, not poor. Oh, Bayonne. Great food there. But here's, a Lidl. Nice. And a Costco. Sweet. I want to teach, no, I'm not trash enough to find a girl with an Italian-American girl with giant hair and go and live in Bayonne. She wears yoga pants everywhere and she's always in the stylist 24/7. She's got cousins in construction. You don't ask too many questions. But you know what? The Christmas hamper, when it comes in, it's amazing. And he helped me get that job in that construction company. I almost don't have to do anything. Alright. So, yeah, you go up, like, Harlem, up to... Yeah, I'm here. You know, like, everything north of... when you're thinking about Manhattan Island itself, I mean, there's the rest of fucking New York, what you think of New York, sure. But if you go solely off this, like, it gets a little bit more bearable. I mean, I fucking pass by projects. Those projects can't be going for that much. Who the fuck would stay in projects in New York, like New York, like the center of all New York, when you could go anywhere and pay a small amount to get into the city proper. But if you're like here, the prices are they that bad? Like, hold on, why am I asking when I can just immediately Street View? Alright, now I'd live here. I would. I'm in New York. It's not ideal. But the prices are probably... Augusta, you live in this literal city. Well, not this particular city. But, you know, how bad are the prices here? Are they terrible? In proportion to the rest of Manhattan Island. If they are, like, when did they start? 2005? 2010? 2015? Like, people who worked, I enjoyed Maryland. AC is trash. Redeem Beach is better. Easy to travel between them. I was so confused in the food question last night. We were asking what the best food... Oh! Yeah, no, yeah. What the fuck? Okay, we're just gonna stay on this for a bit because there's a fucking nuclear shelter here apparently. Good to know when those damn commies start the Fallout franchise. But yeah, my question was 3 foods, even foods that are famously made elsewhere across the world, that you could realistically stand up and say, we in America, because you were throwing a lot of shade of America, justifiably too, but don't completely besmirch it. You even agree that you've had absolutely amazing meals in America. I have had too. That's why I think it's a bit unfair. 3 really good meals that you meals, dishes, items on a menu, things you can make at home, things you can get in a store, things you can get while sitting down with a nice glass of wine. A dish. 3 dishes that you can get in America that even if they were originally made elsewhere in the world, you could go there and try it and go, it's good, but it's not the same as the... And then you enter it. So, for example, like New York's famous for Italian-American. Hell, all of the East Coast and a good chunk of the Midwest is famous for its Italian-American stuff. Chicago's pretty great for its Italian-American stuff, except for its fucking pizza. And you can try your pizza, and you're like, oh, this is really nice stuff. You try this pizza, that pizza, you're gonna have terrible pizza, good pizza, amazing pizza. And then you go to Italy, and you see a pita bread with some like olive oil and some goat cheese and stuff on it. It's gonna be nice and light and refreshing, but it's not quite a pizza, is it? In your head, is that a pizza? No, that's a pita bread. That's you cutting your calories. That's you looking at that and going, yeah, I'll pay €40 for that thing. And yes, if you go to Naples and you get a Neapolitan pizza, that's you're lucky if you can get 40. Maybe try 60. I'm Philly, so I have the cheesesteak there. No one anywhere makes a sandwich. I can confirm this because I've had Philly cheesesteaks in Dublin and in Philadelphia, and the Philadelphian ones are far better. They are. For example, our ones, very flat. Like you took a regular Philly cheesesteak and then just crushed it down. Like someone sat on it. Of all the pizza I've had here, New York makes the best. Well, obviously. Although I've heard Detroit makes some strong arguments against it, but I don't know. And of course, it's all down to preference. Chicagoans, for example, will stand up and proudly say, you've just had bad Chicago pizza. You need to go to this place on the corner of this street and that street by this place. And my God, get there before the rush hour and you're sorted. And they'll try it, and I guarantee it'll be like, yeah, this is still this exact same thing. They're using better ingredients for sure, but it's still just a whole lot of sauce and not much else. You've basically given me an edible bowl to eat my stew out of. It's a nice stew. You know, like, but yeah, that's one dish, right? The Philly cheese, and I knew you'd say the Philly cheesesteak. Two more foods that you can think of that Americans make better than anyone else. No, I don't want you to start thinking that I want you to be some sort of like chest thumping, I'm gonna invade Iraq for oil American. I'm talking about just like credit where it's due. You motherfuckers are good at doing everything, which is good and bad. You'll find the shittiest restaurant next to the greatest restaurant. And the greatest restaurant too. I can already think of one. Soul Food. Deep dish is amazing if you're into it. Very different experience. More like a pizza casserole. Yeah. Honest opinion. No, that's 100% true. Yeah, your soul food. No one else can match soul food. All of it's inspired by other places, for sure. France, the Caribbean, Spain, Mexico, Africa, 100%. But that ain't soul food. Soul food is going down to like Louisiana and shit like that. I hear Louisiana is a place where fat people can die in Valhalla. Again, I think Pitmonk would be good for this conversation. I always remember that scene from The Simpsons, when they go to New Orleans, and Lisa wants to go and see all the great jazz stuff, and he's like, Homer's like, absolutely, but first, Wait, what am I saying? I can actually show you this without copyright. Once Babish is done here, I can show you exactly what the fuck he means.
The most popular toppings for which include pickled chilies and cooked.
Motherfucker, New Year's. I will kill a motherfucker for Denny Reuben. Ah, now here's the thing. I've never tried a Reuben at all, period. However, and this is important, Australians claim to make the greatest Reuben. If Red Eye was here, he might actually stand up and go, Raisin, I love you. Go fuck yourself. You know, like...
Italian sausage. Top all that up with mozzarella cooked to a similar state.
You saw how he got over the fucking wagon wheel. There are things that people will fight in the street over.
Completion, and then seemingly defying law, science, and logic, this round pizza is not cut into triangular slices.
Best on deep frying things. No, you're not. The Scottish are. But Americans are bigger and more pronounced, so probably because of all that deep frying. Americans, though, were probably one of the first to really deep fry shit. Really deep fry shit.
Rather into little bitty squares, which at first seems annoying, but makes it much more conducive to party consumption and caters to guests that might not like crust. And with its flavorful toppings and much more reasonable amount of cheese, it's the one that we ended up eating the most of. So as I always say, enjoy your...
Oh, I got one. You guys... No, I take that back. I was about to say you guys do the best steak. No, you don't. The British do. England has the best steak. Irish argue otherwise. French argue otherwise. Germans argue otherwise. The Russians argue otherwise. Americans and Canadians argue otherwise. I stand that the best beef for my palate... No, that's a cheat. The best beef overall comes from the UK. Not just the UK, England. I mean, I don't know how deep into the UK you got there, Raisin, but I mean, you've probably seen quote-unquote God's Country a few times by now. Like, it's literally a McCain's oven chip ad. You know, the sun coming up over these rolling hills of beautiful green, endless fields of like farms, rosy-cheeked farmers. Morning, morning. You know, it's the fucking Shire. You know, like, you want your eggs today? All right, a fucking like a stalk in his teeth. You know, he's on top of a cart going by.
Pizza how you like it. Anybody who judges you should take a long, hard look in the
Rustic core, yeah. And then the city girls go out trying to find them, and all they find is a bunch of fucking right-wing lunatics. But they're sons. And then they realize, oh shit, I'm in my 30s, and he's 17. That's not gonna happen. No, it's not gonna happen. I'm gonna get on the train and go home and go to therapy. And they do. And then they realize that they've always hated their job. And then they realize, above all else, that they'll never be the next Sex in the City. That was a human being I just described. Market her. Put her into a box. And sell her on Netflix. Like, America's best. I would be happy to eat one of those and be wrong. Now, I know what I'm getting into, what I'm getting him, Ruben and Pavlola. I've got my point. No one deep fries stuff should be like us. Wants to go stick of butter. Ohio. Oh, Ohio. I always thought it was Wisconsin that was the one that was just pure fat. You know, like, welcome to the Midwest. Waistlines aren't as important as you think they are. You know, like, oh boy, Cleveland. It's a city full of giant beanbags. No. Those are the residents. Oh. And they all find you sexy. Oh. There's nothing near where Slot's family live. Sheep and chickens. 45 minutes walk to the village. Like, we have that shop up there, and as of literally today, it now sells beer. Beforehand, it was just wine and really overpriced spirits. A little bit overpriced here. Just a cheesecake count? The rest of the world needs to know about our fine cheesecake. Alright, we have cheesecake over here, but it never appealed to me. So I've never been invested. I've never sat down and done like a cheesecake review, you know? You know what freaked me out though? Carrot cake. That always freaked me the fuck out. I always remember the stand-up comedian going like, carrot cake. You're trying to convince a fat guy to lose a few pounds by offering him carrot cake? Like, hey, I hear you're getting off heroin. How about try this water? Like,
mirror and ponder.
Because carrot cake isn't the worst, and neither is cheesecake when it can be. I've never had Cheesecake Factory, but Marshall and Faith dropped me at, well, they didn't drop me, but we went in. That's Dunder Mifflin t-shirt I wore on the first day. Faith found for me in Target when we left. Her and Marshall pointing out that that's the Cheesecake Factory that had the girl singing that DP covered all those times. I'm so cheesecake, don't even know. That was actually that. She's well retired now, and like no one even really thinks about it. But I thought that was pretty cool. I was just surprised. I couldn't find shit that fit me. And then when I hung out with ladies, I must have put on like at least 10 or 15 pounds since those two times. But she introduced me to like a bunch of clothes. I think I still have a t-shirt of her. There's a picture of us, and I'm literally wearing her coat. I can't remember the last time I wore anyone else's clothes. But she's not fat. And then I remember something Missy said like a few weeks ago. Like, she simply said, like, I know fat people, a lot of fat people, you're not fat. And I'm like, oh, kind of fat. And she's like, yeah, but kind of isn't fat. So, and that's just something I appreciate. Like, you got a little bit of padding on you, but that doesn't make you fat. And I'm like, okay. That's what Lady said. Raisin, I think you told me that once. I've heard tons of people say this. But I have this idea of myself that I'm really, really fat. Even now, I'm self-conscious of the fact that my clothes is bunching up on the back. Christmas will do that to you. I have been eating nothing but pasta over the past fucking week. And I'm going to go out and get some fast food. Obviously, New Year's, especially with the trip coming up, I'm going on a fucking purge diet. Oh. So I can enjoy myself for my birthday. And New Year's is best. Oh my god, their cheesecake. Here's the thing also on top of it all. I don't have a massive sweet tooth. I'm all about that savory. And let's be honest here, cheese is probably the best, the ultimate savory. An American cheese, except for Wisconsin and Vermont, it's famously bad. So I'm okay with going to America and eating whatever you guys call cheese. But whenever I see an opportunity in like a shopping mall to grab a familiar brand from the UK or Ireland, you guys have Dubliner cheese. I had that in Philadelphia. I had that in Harrisburg. In a fucking in a Target. It was in a Walmart. I was like, fuck yeah. And Donegal catch. Plus for a $5 over here.
Why they're judging people for pizza. Anyway, next up we're going into mac and cheese.
I remember what it was going
and you might
over
be
there.
wondering, how exactly are they going to incorporate a blender into mac and cheese? And the answer lies in foolproofing the cheese sauce. So into the jar of a blender, in this order, we are adding 3 large egg yolks, a teaspoon of spicy or Dijon mustard, an optional 1/4 teaspoon of cayenne pepper, and 12 ounces of grated cheese, 8 ounces of which is going into the jar of the blender, the rest we're reserving for extra cheesiness at the end. Now over on the stovetop, we're adding 4 cups of whole whole milk to a large saucepan or deep sauté pan, covering, bringing to a simmer, promptly overboiling, scorching the milk and making a mess, cleaning up, starting over, and doing better next time. Once it's at a bare simmer, we're adding 1 pound of elbow macaroni or the short, quick cooking pasta of your choice, cooking it to a state of near completion that is about 1 minute shy of done, then draining the pasta, reserving the cooking milk in a large spouted container, returning the pasta to the pot, and heading over to the blender while the milk is still plenty hot. Then with the blender running on medium-high speed, we're going to slowly stream that hot milk into the
Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. We make a lot of the yummy stuff, but other places do it better. Yeah, but that's the whole point of my original question. Like soul food, for example, is solely American. It is 100% American. And you guys will make it better than anywhere else on the planet. Other people will make it into a fusion of something else, and that will be amazing, but it will be a fusion of something else. So it doesn't count. So you guys got soul food, and you guys got your, well, you decided your Philly cheesesteak. That still leaves one more. Think about it. Like, and this isn't a rhetorical question where I'm like, haha, you forgot about this obvious one. I really am curious because, like, food, I was thinking like globalism, which America is the forefront and not the daddy of. England is the daddy of. The British Empire is the daddy of. But globalism, one of the few pluses of it is food, followed by music and stories. Oh, and seeing new faces with new stories to tell. Even if they're not good stories, like, yes, so I went to Kharkiv and I did bad things to all the local children there. Thanks, Ivan. How about you move on down? Yes, hello, my name is Grigor. I spent 25 years trying to build the next rocket to the moon. Oh, cool, great. I kind of want to talk to you more than the other guy. It's globalism, right? That's globalism that you can stand by. Food, music, stories. Hell yeah, ideas. Not all ideas are equal, but I mean, crypto is a great example of that. That's what I mean. Most places seem to stay in their lanes. We appropriate all food cultures, food, spending money, bitching. Is that a culture? Yeah, it's a culture. It's the American culture. It'll convalesce into something else. It'll do something else. Like, it's like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? At the top of it is this abstract idea of like truth, justice, perfection, whatever. It doesn't matter. You gotta start at the basics. It's the same with a culture. What's your culture do? Our culture is, we like trees. Okay, guide me through why you like trees. And that's the start of it. Then a century or two later, then it could be like, we like these colored trees over these colored trees because these colored trees are better. That's going into a bad place, but it's still a diversion of culture. We were playing this in Crusader Kings earlier. The Norse culture was shifting and becoming something else. And I was like, no, because of gameplay mechanics. But in reality, I wanted to hit yes because, yeah, let's see. Like, the Norse are no longer Norse. They're becoming Norwegians, Swedish, like Danes. Yeah, fuck yeah, I want to see where this is going. Do other have ranch dressing? Some places do. You guys do like ranch a little bit too much. And you like peanut butter a little bit too much for my taste. But that's your culture. Like, our chocolate was just superior to your chocolate. We had this conversation on the mukbang. You guys come over there as kids. I went over to America as kids, and all your chocolate had a sort of bland taste. Except for the honey ones. So I would eat a whole lot of honey chocolates. Places are great foods and fairs, but we have foods. That's the thing though, fair food is like a specialty. It's a moment. You guys need to, although that's where a lot of the famous foods came from. Burgers came from food fairs. Tater tots, funnel cakes, corn tops, deep fried onion, Oreos, shrimp and grits, mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is not yours. Mac and cheese pressed into triangles, battered and fried, that is yours. I suppose you could argue that your one is that you take food and alter it in a crazy sort of way. I mean, pickle on a stick, baconade. Again, back to the idea of foods, fair foods. But the British are also very good at that. But I'm going to be honest with you, they do it in a little bit more classy way. Like, Jamie Oliver was the first to really give us the idea of a fusion food. A chicken tikka masala. Well, that is Indian food and English food fused together. And it works! You won't find a single goddamn Indian restaurant to this day that will not include that because it's a good combination. Thai food is great for fusing together because of all the sweet sauces, the spices. Yeah, fuck it. Krendar, ironically, be a great conversation for this part. And Pitmonk.
Sauce, melting the cheese.
Maybe a lot going on here. Yeah, I have to remember, he's doing the New Orleans one afterwards.
Everything.
I'll actually line it up so I don't forget. I'm watching cooking stuff so I can leave and get my food because I'll feel hungry and then I'll be like, gotta go, gotta eat food. Babish, New Orleans, Simpsons. There we go. There it is, 5 million subscribers. Hell of an episode. And one of the last generally good clips out of The Simpsons that they've ever made. Although I've heard good things about that Death Note episode. I know in the new year, Bet the Sage is going to do a review of Death Note at long last because of that episode. So, interesting. Because it's back in the zeitgeist, and The Simpsons put it in the zeitgeist, did it? Okay. I'm surprised Rick and Morty didn't, but whatever. Shrimp, oh my god, mac and cheese, doesn't look like it's too much PB. There is. It tastes like wax and sick chocolate. Yours or ours? I mean, it doesn't make sense that our chocolate would taste like wax and sick. Yours. It's too dark. It used too much cocoa. In my opinion, my palate, most people in the UK, our palates agree. You are better at making dark chocolates, more cocoa, it's more bitter. Hershey Park, you got deep, rich. It's almost like coffee, the stuff you guys make. But ours, we can have that. It's called Bourneville. And it's for some people who want Bourneville. If you want Bourneville, you want American chocolate. If you want English chocolate, milk chocolate, dairy milk, fuck yeah. You want some smoothness? Smooth like silk? Galaxy. Hell yeah. But what the fuck? It just froze. That's not good. I mean, the stream's still running, so I can see you. Is the whole thing gonna collapse? Close the program. Okay. Well, that's fucking weird. Firefox just collapsed on me. And we're right back in. After an ad? An ad? I beg your fucking pardon, but there are no ads in my Firefox, good lady. Because you're, and I call you a lady, because you're being a bitch. There we go. What's the end of this pizza? There we go.
Look in the mirror and ponder why
That was
we don't
scary.
for pizza. Anyway,
I was
next up,
scared
we go
that the
into
dark time of ads came back, and I'm like, what did I do wrong? Something went wrong.
cheese. And you might be wondering, how exactly are they going to incorporate a blender into mac and cheese? And the answer lies in foolproofing the cheese sauce. So into the jar of a blender, in this order, we are adding 3 large egg yolks, a teaspoon of spicy or Dijon mustard, an optional 1/4 teaspoon of cayenne pepper, and 12 ounces of grated cheese, 8 ounces of which is going into the jar of the blender, the rest we're reserving for extra cheesiness at the end. Now over on the stovetop, we're adding 4 cups of whole milk to a large saucepan or deep saute pan, covering, bringing to a simmer, promptly overboiling, scorching the milk and cleaning up, starting over, and doing better next time. Once it's at a bare simmer, we're adding 1 pound of elbow macaroni or the short, quick cooking pasta of your choice.
That's what I've been living off all week. Except for that bruschetta thing earlier. I'm about to change that.
To a state of near completion that is about 1 minute shy of done, then draining the pasta, reserving the cooking milk in a large spouted container, returning the pasta to the pot, and heading over to the blender while the milk is still plenty hot. Then with the blender running on medium-high speed, we're going to slowly stream that hot milk into the sauce, melting the cheese, tempering the eggs, and emulsifying everything together for about 30 seconds into a super smooth, comparatively effortless cheese sauce, which we can add straight back to the cooked pasta, give it a stir, then for a little extra cheesy melting,
yes!
4 ounces of reserved shredded cheddar. Give it a cursory mix to distribute it throughout the pasta, cover, and let rest for 5
Hey, low energy, I thought you didn't want pasta. I don't want the pasta, I want the damn sauce and cheese.
minutes.
Add some chips into that instead and tell me that's not a good time.
What results is a mac and cheese reminiscent of the microwave stuff from your childhood, with vastly improved flavors and textures from the fresh, whole ingredients. Make sure to season the taste with kosher salt and dig in.
An ocean of salt, okay.
This stuff looks and tastes fantastic, but it does set up in about 10 minutes. If your sauce solidifies, hit it with a little splash of water and a little bit of heat, and it will come right back to life.
Or do what my first girlfriend and I did, and accept that it's going to solidify and turn it almost into like a cold version where you slice off it like a lasagna and eat it like cold. That's what she did. I still have the recipe that she wrote down on a piece of paper somewhere. And when you use it, so goddamn much of it, it is insane how much you're gonna shit. It's worth it though.
Emulsifying in the blender makes the sauce nearly unbreakable despite just being milk, cheese, and eggs. Next and last is ice cream, and as it turns out...
Hell, I added in, years later, I did it and I added in a bunch of sauces when I realized that I had a bigger, like, tolerance for spice. Not as much as you, Raisin. Not as much as you, but... I do like meat, especially when it's in a sauce form. I would love to do the hot one sauce. I think I could do better than I give myself credit for. But I still wouldn't get to the top without like losing my fucking mind. Okay.
Easiest way to make no churn ice cream that I've...
So we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this, and then I'm going to fucking leg it. Whop.
Ever tried. I'm starting with about 2 cups of whole milk, 1 cup of which I'm going to add to the blender, along with 130 grams of granulated sugar, 3/4 of a teaspoon of kosher salt, and 1/2 teaspoon of xanthan gum, a thickener readily available at most grocery stores. Then we're going to blend this mixture together for 2 minutes on high speed to ensure complete dissolution of the xanthan gum, a notoriously clumpy compound. Once the 2 minutes are up, you're going to see that the mixture is slightly thickened. Now we're going to pour it into a bowl along with the remaining 1 cup of whole milk, 2 cups of heavy cream, and a tablespoon of vanilla paste or a teaspoon of vanilla extract. Whisk this until combined, and believe it or not, this is your finished vanilla custard. Now at this point, if you have an ice cream churner, you can churn it, but like I said, this is a no churn ice cream. The trick here is to first freeze your custard into blender manageable pieces. So I'm pouring it into an ice cube tray. Now,
never a fan of custard.
Chocolate and vanilla ice cream, so I'm going to take half.
Which, yes, growing up made my life a little more complicated.
Cocoa powder, blend, and that's all there is to that. Fill up an ice cube tray, same as the vanilla, and then these guys are headed into the freezer until completely solidified, at least 4 hours. Now, if you just freeze ice cream custard like this without churning it, it's going to turn into a block of, well, ice. So here's where we're going to rely on the blender to smoothen and creamify our ice cream, adding the custard cubes back to the blender and blending on high speed. Now, an alarming noise from my blender taught me very quickly that you can't blend this straight out of the freezer. After freezing overnight, they need to soften up at room temperature for about half an hour. Then, with the help of a blender stuffing stick, they can be liquefied, breaking down to the consistency of soft serve in about 30 seconds. Now, this mixture can be spread evenly in a freezer-safe container, covered and frozen, again for at least 4 hours, ideally overnight. Same procedure with the chocolate, as you might imagine. And then
This is a nightmare.
Creamiest, easiest, no churniest ice cream, entirely homemade.
Easiest, huh?
Customizable and requiring no special ice cream making equipment. So to make Kevin's sundae, all we gotta do is pile a whole bunch of vanilla and chocolate ice cream in a bowl, load it up with spray cream, maraschino cherries, and chocolate-style syrup. Then all there is left to do is get the big ol' sundae eating spoon, cue up Angels with Filthy Souls, which growing up I thought was a real movie, and remember what it was like being left home alone for the first time. Hope you guys try out these recipes for yourself. I hope you have a wonderful holiday, with no need for Rube Goldberg-style traps to foil home invaders. Thanks again to Cash App. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store today.
Now, this is what I wanted to show off. This is the thing.
Guys, welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're celebrating something really special, hitting 5 million subscribers. I'm also
Wow, he's almost doubled that now.
very excited to announce my book tour, which will begin October 21st, but we'll get into that at the end of the episode. A while back on an episode of Being with Babish, I surprised my former roommate and oldest friend, Rashid DeRosso, with a trip to New Orleans. Really, it was a reunion trip. Rashid, Sawyer, and I spent the summer in New Orleans back in 2006 volunteering and making a documentary in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. While it was a very meaningful journey for the three of us, we were there to work. This time was different. We were there to celebrate. And in doing so, you discover 1,000 little things you love about the city.
One thing I noticed with Babish is after he consumes something, there's a moment where like he processes it. Like look how he even drinks a drink. He kind of like goes into like filter mode.
This time was different. We were there to celebrate. And in doing so, you discover 1,000 little things.
With sparks flying out of the other side. Catching up, I'm a freak with the spice. I don't know why. I don't register this way. It seems to be... Yeah, well, I honestly would have thought you were faking it. In that time you had the giant hot chip and your partner was like... And you were like... Oh, honey, are you okay? Like, you were terrified for him. Rightly so, too. He did change at least 3 different colors. It was scary. And I have done like streams like that before, but you clearly like one great. I don't want to spoil it because one day like a fucking fleecer might try to fake this, but a great way of knowing that someone isn't faking it is on any topic anyway is just because they take it for granted. And then when others don't do it the same way, usually by a vast margin, and they kind of look at the crowd and go, what? Like, then you're like, oh, okay, you've been legit the whole time. When I turn around and say like, hey, yeah, so I can build the space shuttle. And people are like, whatever. And then you build the space shuttle, and they're like, what the fuck? You're like, what? So you want me to do a hard task? That's a flex. That's a flex without you even realizing it. That's like a involuntary flex. When you did that thing with the chip, that was you. That was you basically going like, yeah, I'll try this. Yeah, there's some fire here. Yeah, I feel it. Yeah. And we're like, what the fuck? With him, his thing is that whatever it is, when he eats it, he just like shuts down and goes like... Beep, boop, 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 boop. The death nuts hurt. I just make the custard and use the ice cream to that nuts hurt. Oh, you're actually catching up. Okay. I thought that ship was gonna wreck me. I watched videos, had me scared. Yeah, you sold yourself short a little bit there in that case. Here I am playing catch up to your catch up. I'm having this one more, and then I'll do an IRL stream on the phone. As we've established, I can do it on YouTube. If not, you'll see me on Twitch. So this Babish video is the last one. And then after I've picked up my stuff, I will return and sit back down here. And that's it. Ever in process mode. Yeah!
Things you love about the city.
Look at that! Look at the way he kind of goes like, Yeah, I can taste which mixers he has. Greg from How to Drink doesn't do this. What he does, and I find is very interesting, he kind of goes to a wistful place. He's like imagine if I were like, how do you do full camera? So, here it is. Here's the drink. That's what Greg does from How to Drink. When I drink it, I'm like, consume. Make sex joke. Oh, don't worry, it happens to every Corona Extra. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. That'll be $75. Yeah, so Babish does it for ordinary sausage. We don't know because we don't really watch him eat the sausage. We watch him like react to the sausage. He's like, and it's always jump cuts, so you never know quite what's going on. Like he's like, bah, bah, oh God, it's terrible. All right, obviously he doesn't like the sausage, but he does like there must be a face that he makes, right? He's like, what? Where does his face go? What does that go? Came from Arizona. Desert spice must flow. Yeah, you're a great example there, Augusta, of disproving the saying that white people can't handle their spice. Like, you would have been raised on, at the very least, Tex-Mex, and in reality, you would have actually known what real Mexican food tastes like. That thick American, use too much ketchup, yuck. Ketchup has its place, but just like peanut butter, yeah, you guys use way too much of it. As a and that's a judgment face. Yeah, it's kind of like there should be a circle around it, like processing, you know, like. When Cobes bites into something, it's always positive, so it never matters. Whenever he bites into it, he orgasms in his dirty jeans and makes that weird face, and there you have it. How often do you think he spits out those sausages off can? You hear him! He always makes sure that you can hear him. You never want to see him spit it out, but he's like, oh God! One time he spat it out, and apparently his cat was very curious about it. He's like, no, don't. We paid too much to take you from the shelter.
Asian crawfish.
Yeah, he's gonna recreate the entire scene from The Simpsons, and I fucking love this. Oh, too far.
In doing so, you discover 1,000 little things you love about the city. Asian crawfish, lamb tagine, grilled lamb sausage, zucchini bisque, crab meat po' boy, duck po' boy, chicken sausage po' boy, crawfish sausage po' boy, cochon de lait po' boy, turkey jardinera po' boy, roast beef po' boy, alligator po' boy, catfish almondine, crawfish almondine, crawfish etouffee, boiled crawfish, Cajun shrimp and duck pasta, fried crab cake, pecan catfish, blackened redfish, seafood merliton casserole.
I like, by the way, I can get a fried crab cake in Ireland, but if you're going to go to New Orleans, that's going to be an event, right? Like, that's something you have to book at least 2 weeks in advance. That motherfucker behind him had a goddamn bow tie and like fucking tails. Like, what? Were they even dressed enough for that place?
Roll, fried chicken, fried green tomatoes, stuffed shrimp, muffaletta, barbecue brisket sandwich, barbecue chicken sandwich, smoky bacon greens, seafood au gratin, seafood gumbo, frog's legs,
There's also a lot of historical sites.
chicken gumbo, jambalaya, spinach artichoke, Creole sweet potato pone, red beans and rice with sausage, veggie red beans and rice, pralines and cookies, oyster pralines, oyster shots, oyster patties, bananas Foster, king cake, Dixie cake, pecan pie, Cajun boudin, boudin balls, crawfish remoulade, shrimp and lumped crab meat ravigote, au croissant crawfish po' boy, and yakame. Oh, yeah. Okay, we did a little bit of work.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, they recreate the scene. And like Lisa wants to go and experience like the rich history and culture of New Orleans. Although I know Pimp's like, you don't call it that. You don't live there.
Planning our
You don't either. You fat fucking Scottish demon.
trip, we decided to recreate, shot for shot, Homer Simpson's New Orleans food rampage. What started out as a fun idea turned into weeks of preparation, scoping out restaurant menus for specific dishes, procuring the necessary accoutrement, and creating routes in Google Maps that would make...
Look what they did for that one video. Never forget that, unlike me, real YouTubers actually fucking put time and effort into their shit. Me, I wake up one day, wouldn't it be fun if I do a 5-day almost non-stop stream? It's not been terrible so far. But like, it's a whim. Like, you can't do something like that on a whim.
Jackson Pollock panic. With every step impeccably planned, we headed to New Orleans for our long-awaited reunion.
So boys, we're here. We're here in New Orleans. It's been how many years since we were here? It's been
Since 2013.
Oh, Augusta, be fine. When I get to New York, we will not have a single bit of seafood of any variety. I swear, it will all be animals of the land. Pigs, chickens, cows, duck, turkey, emu. See, emu can't swim. You'll be safe.
6. So this has been 13.
Raisin, take me to the best sushi place in fucking Philly when I get there. I'm gonna need my saltwater fix.
15 years.
I don't want to go to Philly to go to some sushi place. I'm sure there's amazing sushi places there because I've been to Omaha, and if they can have 5 equally brilliant sushi places, including the all-you-can-eat sushi buffet for $25. And I'm not even kidding. That shit is fucking insane. Also, why the hell did the chat move just there? That shouldn't have happened. Chat box. Freeze it in place. Thank you very much. But, yeah, like, Philly will have, like, twice as many. Actually, I don't know about that, because Omaha statistically has more restaurants than any other place in America, if I remember right. Like, per capita, you guys, they have more restaurants. But New York has more variety, though. And I imagine LA has more... It takes more liberties, you know? Oh, you like donuts? Have you tried curry donuts? No, for obvious reasons. 15 minutes later, I will kill the next person who says a curry donut is bad. Could it? Yes! Yeah, because it's not bread. Yeah, no, you could make an argument that a curry donut would taste good. You could get like a curry, like a korma, and then dip. Oh, that would be disgusting. But if you were to then, I don't know, have it as like a side dish, that could work.
Since we're here to celebrate this time. Last time we were here to work. We're actually still here to work. We actually have a tremendous amount of work to do. So let's get cracking.
Some things never change.
Straight off the plane, we hopped into our rental minivan to hit all 54 locations in just a few days.
50. I hope Matt Grading's in the chat somewhere. No? Gotta do seafood. Oh god. She's gotta take me to a fucking like all-you-can-eat seafood buffet, and I'm like, damn it, woman! I said no. Oh well, actually, I don't know. That cod looks really nice, and you know what? The cod was really nice. I keep getting notifications. I must find out where these notifications are coming from. Where am I down? Oh, there it is. Fuck.
Confident we had everything we needed to make our way through the city with ease.
You know you gotta make a sign, right? You make an R. Then you look at yourself and go, no, this is not working. But I would rather show up with a valiant effort any day.
And is that what you call this?
I do believe someone has already tried and he didn't flip it over. Like, he flipped it over and he tried, and it still failed. I think this man is just another fail son. What can I say? There are many of us.
Let's go with yes.
Look at the in front of it. I don't believe that. There's waves outside of Voodoo Barbecue. They can make us a barbecue sandwich real quick. We just gotta go in there. This is great. How are we gonna do this? What are we gonna do? It's all just messed up. Feeling good. We got one last stop. Oyster pralines. We're very curious to find out precisely what that is. This is a great trick if you ever want to stretch your soup a little bit. If, say, it's, you know, the Great Depression or something. You have rice. This is too much rice, guys. This looks completely wrong. So, we ran into a whole bunch of road speed bumps there. But luckily, we just scored a 2 for here. We're back on track, baby. We're doing pretty good. Let me see how many more we got to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
They made their own fucking calendar. Oh my god. You see, like, when I want to be like, hey, let's go to the place from the show, like Dairy Girls. I showed, yeah, the Dairy Girls. That's a great example. When I went up to the Giant's Causeway, I stopped off in Derry, and I showed the Dairy Girls mural, like all of 5 seconds. Didn't see it as like, well, I'm gonna bounce off here and do that. No, I'm kind of like staggering out of a train station, being like, woo! I hope I don't miss my fucking train. And then I look at the mural and I'm like, wait a minute. These are the 90s stereotypes. Yeah! Click.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
It's a good show, by the way.
Watch Dairy Girls. Okay, so we had a few hiccups along the way.
You always will. You adapt around it. You can never have your plan perfectly planned out. For example, I realized that all I want to do in America is 3 things. Number 1, get there and not die. Number 2, leave there and not die. And number 3, maybe go to Philly for the day. Don't get me wrong. I still want to go and see like a comedy gig. I still want to go and see all the sights. I still want to have all the food that I've been thinking of having. And I still want to go to what's it? I still want to go to obviously do the stand-up night. I want to go and see a stand-up show when I'm there. I asked Missy when does she actually want to meet up. We'll see when that pans out. I should actually, what I remember, I'm gonna send Magicus the same question. When does he want to meet up? I'll copy this here. Make sure that it's all right. Yep. Okay. Where's Magicus? There he is. Whop. And while I remember, I'll also send it to Mickey. Because Mickey said he was on board too. These are the New York questions. I'm not asking people from... I'm not asking Two Guns, I'm not asking Raisin, and I'm not asking John. All three said they were on board. I also don't know how to reach Two Guns. Not Two Guns. Tommy from the Bronx. There he is. All right, there. Oh, got a message right back. Who's that? All he said was, you pick the day and I'll be there. Brilliant. You in Discord probably? Yeah. I need to reach out to him on that. So Magicus looks like he's very flexible, which is very good. I always thought he was more of a rigid man myself. Yeah, no, I am I think he'll be there for any day. Probably have him like on day one. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe then Missy day 2, and then Philly. With all the people I might deal up with Philly, including Magicus. He said he might be down for Philly, but then I broke down like, yeah, you'd have to travel a little bit further, and I mean, if you want to meet up with these people, here's a great opportunity. Because that's also an extra thing that I don't really talk about much. Third parties, if you want to meet up with other third parties, here's a great opportunity, right? He's in Shabby's too. Yeah, well, if I could access fucking Shabby's attention, he'd probably be already having a drink with me.
With weeks of planning, a crew of 5, and the support of producers in Nashville, that's still to be expected when you're creating something the internet has never seen before. We slept soundly that night, knowing it was only the first day of exploring a new frontier.
Like, he can't join me now, after this, I'm about to leave the stream for an IRL stream out there in the real world with real hookers. Wait, no, maybe. I know there are hookers around Leitrim Village. I don't think there's any actually in Leitrim Village. And if there was, well, I wouldn't have the money for it, for starters. Second of all, would I have the will?
What?
Everything okay?
So we just learned that Katrin von Katrine von Niederhauser just beat us to doing this. She posted a video of her recreating this food crawl 3 days ago. So Katrin, hats off. You beat us to it. We're gonna put a link to your video in the...
They're not happy about it. They put so much time and effort to it. But you know, fortune favors the bold, and Catherine beat you to it. Fair play.
The video description below. You guys go check it out. She beat us to it. She did a great job. And we're gonna see what she went through, because we're only like 10 restaurants deep and I'm already stuffed. What about you guys? Stuffed.
And while
that looked painful.
Doing our best to stay positive, let's just say that all the buzz Katrine and Janine's video was getting stung a little.
Yeah, it looks like they're also on Food and Wine.
Hey Babish, how you feel not being top dog? Yeah, you just wait another 3 years. We'll see if anyone talks about her later. Oh wow, you're actually that petty. No. I'm just saying that, like, wow, I thought you were a lot cooler than that. Maybe I don't want to have it and do it. No, please, not you, Mustache, please. Want to make fun of Dave's cooking show together? Okay, but only if you try to do his voice. Well, I'm War Corpse. I don't like nurses. I now return you to what actually happened.
At least we'd be the first Americans to complete the challenge. And with that completely unimpressive and unwarranted optimism, we pressed forward. All said, we ordered 52 dishes over the course of 4 days.
Imagine if Mises did a American meetup in New York this week for his fans that already massively surpassed mine. I'd be kind of like, the fuck am I going to do with this information?
Amongst the 5 of us there, that amounted to 2.5 dishes per person per day, which we greedily devoured.
Stop filming and eat something, why don't you? Landing. Oh, okay, all right. Jeez. They taste very much like the way the coastline smells. Yes. It's my favorite sandwich in the world. It's got like all the sharpness from the olives and tons of cheese, tons of salami and prosciutto. It's good.
Smart water. Oh, see that dude back there? Like, he knew he was coming. Like, he does not want to be on screen. Americans, what the fuck is wrong with you? You used to be you pioneered when there's a camera, someone went, ah, as they went by. You motherfuckers invented that. What has happened to you? When I'm streaming, you want to cover your face? It is your God-given right. I will judge you, though. I'll be like, No one cares.
No, the car's not
No
in this
good.
lot. Not good.
No, so good.
You fake that.
I was just saying, I'm oddly hungry. We've been going for, what, about 4.5 hours now? We somehow haven't had enough to eat. This time yesterday, I wanted to kill myself and all of you.
Oh, don't worry, it wasn't a race thing. I didn't say it was. What the hell, man?
You know what? This is for me. I'm gonna be rough. I'm gonna be rough.
Just hook it to my veins. This is me at Oktoberfest, by the way. I'm gonna have like my one German fan holding me up as they keep trying me with different beers, and like some overly cosseted girls will be pouring all the schnapps into me. I'm like, it tastes like Schnussenflessen. Ha! And then the camera switches back to the camera guy. I taught him that word.
Alright, now you tell me when you're comfortable.
Warm beer, lousy food. Aw.
That's something. Yes.
Maybe any more room? How's that look?
It's looking great.
Good?
Yeah, that's it.
Great.
That's the shot, guys.
Happy?
I'm happy.
No, you fool!
The 4 days felt like a marathon, but they were impossibly fun. I remember describing it as the easiest hard thing I've ever done. Great friends and a great crew certainly helped, but there's no way we could have accomplished this without the beautiful, welcoming people of New Orleans.
Right? I was thinking every restaurant that he went to would have fucking scrambled to be like, yeah, okay, so you see where you can get some great places around here that will produce some fine quality sandwiches, but what we do here is very special, and that's because where we source our cheese. Your cheese, I wasn't expecting that. No one expects cheese this far south. So what we do is and then they go into this massive fucking thing like, whoa, yeah. So you wait an hour before you pour the water out. You know, it's very sort of like. Now, before the new management took over, I won't lie, the place here kind of sucked. It's like this world building of like depth. That I want in my games, and I want my stories, I want in my shows, and I want in my mother fucking dreams. This is exactly what I'm talking about in my dreams. You know, like, I've done dreams where, like, I'm running a bar somewhere. And I basically just like, yeah, so what I like that one about is that it's got a hoppy start, but it doesn't overwhelm the tongue. A lot of people who don't like hops say it's overwhelming. That's fair. It's a strong flavor. You know, like you can go back and you go forth, and you go back and you go forth, and that's a real conversation between real people. This you can clearly see. Probably not every 50 odd places that they went to, but yeah, this is cool shit. Like, when I go to New York and I get a bagel, and I'm like, oh god, this is a good bagel. You know what I get the immediate response? Yeah, it's that shitty New York water. What the fuck does that mean? And they wouldn't, most of them wouldn't know. But there'd be a few. They'd be like, hey, let me take you around back. And next thing you know, you've got this whole YouTube video in and of itself of just like this tour. Alright, so we start by getting this, getting the flour in. It comes in every day, on the hour. It don't go through any processing. We get it from the farmers. You know, like...
So thank you to everyone that made this possible.
All things considered, the trip to New Orleans was a huge success. It's the craziest thing we've done yet in a pretty long line of crazy things. And just like every place I get to go, every person I get to meet, every dish I get to try, every milestone, great and small, it's all thanks to you guys. You guys have built a community around this channel that's allowed us to push boundaries in ways we never could have imagined. And I'm ecstatic to share some huge developments with you in the near future, the most immediate of which is my nationwide book tour. I'm going to be hitting Brooklyn, Philly, Boston, Ridgewood, New Jersey, Katy, Texas, Dallas, Texas, Nashville, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, and Chicago. I can't believe I remembered all those. Yes. I'm bad at memorizing things. I'm so excited to get out there and meet more of you guys, share my book, and share our plans for the future. Literally none of...
Hey Baldy, when are you gonna do a collab with me? Hey Mustache, when I fucking feel like it. Alright. That was a good video. It was a good video for my drunken self. Or I'm not drunken, but I'm on my path. Right. I'm about to add to that by heading out and doing an IRL stream. Oh shit! Yep. I gotta pick up more food because I actually didn't pick up anything other than milk and the food for right there. We got the milk down at least. But I have a whole list of other things. But I had a bag full of bottles, other stuff, and a 12 crate of Corona. So, yeah. Also, my red bag, as cool as it is, picked it up in TK Maxx well over 10 years ago now, maybe 15 even. I picked it up and it has done me very well, but over the past few years it's starting to fray. And it unfortunately, one of the straps broke, so now I only have one strap. Now it has the airport mode, but wheeling that up a street, a cobbled street, is not easy. Especially a street is heavily killed as this. Alright, what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna end this stream. I'm gonna try to, before I leave, let's see if I can actually sort this out on my phone. It's good that, by the way, it's good that I actually got around to sort this shit out with Magicus and the like. Actually, before anything else, how many weeks are there to go? 1, 2, 3. Technically, for me, there's only 3 weeks left before the trip. For you guys, it's more like 4. Getting fucking close now, isn't it? It's getting real. Soon I'll be on the other side of the screen looking in. Alright, so I'm gonna go out, get my order of well, get my dinner order. What am I feeling for right now? I want those chicken nuggets. God damn, I want it. And no Irish fast food meal can be complete without chips. That's be included. Do I want burger? Do I want pizza? Burger? Do I want pizza? Burger? Do I want pizza? I'll find out. You'll find out too, because I'll eat it on stream. I'm gonna go up here to the to pick up my stream from there. You guys will be able to join me, but if it's not on YouTube, you'll find me on Twitch. So should any of my alcohol, like burping, god damn I'm gassy today. Weird. Very weird considering the last few days. But if I am your cup of tea, don't forget to follow me over on Twitch, where I will be able to partake in revelry. And once I get back, I will be able to join you motherfuckers once again back here on YouTube. So there's not really much I can say except that I'm probably going to reuse the settings in YouTube, and it's been fun. And I need to pee, so I'm gonna leave now. Alcohol's fun. I like alcohol. I'm glad I made these decisions in my mind.